Welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2023. GatherVerse is the brainchild of Christopher Lafayette, an emerging technologist and humanitarian. Christopher saw a critical need for going beyond the technical aspect of creating the metaverse emerging technologies and to include humanity itself in the conversation about what the future of technology can and should be, and how it could best benefit those who will ultimately inhabit. Humanity First is the overarching theme of GatherVerse, with key topics that include accessibility, education, equality, building vibrant communities, wellness, safety and privacy concern, and ethics. For this summit, we have a distinguished roster of over 100 speakers from governments, academia, industry, and more, who will present keynotes, talks, and roundtables during this summit. These include thought leaders from the ranks of designers, producers, authors, advisors, podcasters, public policy advocates, researchers, security specialists, filmmakers, education experts, community leaders, and futuristics and movers who are looking to add real human value to technologies that connect us. With that said, welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2023. We welcome you. Let us prepare to explore, and may our gather be well.
Greetings and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2023. I'm so happy to be here with all of you today and those that will continue to join us and arrive for the next 3 days. We have a line and a number of different events that we know that you'll have the opportunity to come in and out for. We are mindful of your time and realize that each of us are chopping a lot of wood in this world, and we know that for you to even spend even one session with us, we're greatly and appreciative of your time. It didn't have to be this way, yet it's so. Permit me to say a few things, and then we'll get well on our way. We have a lot to cover in these next 3 days, and we only have a little bit of time to do it. My name is Christopher Lafayette, emerging technologist, humanitarian, founder of GatherVerse. I want to talk in just a few short words about a bit of the present, the past, and what we may be looking at when it comes to the future. When we started last year, this time, we started with over 10,000 people with us with a relationship with AWE, which we still enjoy to this day. We were able to put together an event in 2 months, and many people showed up from around the world to express support. And so forth to the rest of our first year, people have continued to show up. Now, remember at the first event that we had in February of 2022, at the conclusion of this event, the very next day, a war happened in a country called Ukraine, an invasion of Russia. After getting done celebrating and expressing narratives of humanity first standards to technology and how we build and whom we build for, this thing happened. A few months later, we had our mental wellness summit. And at the very conclusion, at the end of that event, There was a horrific mass shooting in a state called Texas, in a little city called Uvalde, where several children lost a life. This summer, we had an event based on music, because we believe at GatherVerse that music is one of the closest expressions to humanity itself, the marriage of music and art. I've often said that you cannot have technology without art, but you can have art without technology. And so, us to be mindful of our artists and our artistic community members and what they represent and mean so much in the pursuit of the preservation of what we build, for they are the ones that help tell the story. Forwardly, in autumn, we had a series of different events based on Web3. We were able to meet and hold hands with our European community, with the EU Summit. We also were able to gather across the three Americas and more when it came to our Latin Summit, to be able to gather with our Latin community. Additionally, we had a legal and governance summit to be able to express where we're at when it comes on a legal sense, when it comes to policy and legislation, litigation, and expression of the metaverse and emerging prevailing technologies. Next, we were able to assemble with our friends on the continent called Africa, where we heard from speakers and folks that are building incredible and tremendous things that are helping lead the way, not finding a way, but helping lead the way when it comes to building, emerging technologies. Then we were able to meet with those in the Asian community based on the Asia continent, where throughout the continent, we have those that are building incredible technologies in the pursuit and the expression from their hearts of what it means of a humanity-first approach to technology itself. Next, at the beginning of this year for 2023, we had a huge summit called Superhero Engine, which we had women leadership throughout the world assemble together and to express what they're building, what they have been building, and what they'll continue to build, and how they're leading the way when it comes to technology and technical growth. Additionally, we had an artificial intelligence summit that was almost unexpected, but it was something that we felt that was necessary to be able to provide, because we heard from a lot of our community members that were wanting us to engage in this narrative and this discussion. It's not the first time that we engaged in the discussion of artificial intelligence and what it might mean for us today and the future. And we'll be talking a great deal of that in the next 3 days, including today. But we were able to touch on this topic, touch on this discussion, and to be able to cover all these different narratives in what we call year zero. We're happy to report we've had hundreds of speakers come to GatherVerse to express their voices and help amplify. Each and every single one of our events have been free, produced free, and done our level best to make sure that we can get and remove barriers to innovation so that people aren't stuck often and always with the high premium to be able to get the necessary information they need to continue to move forward and what their progress looks like under the narrative of humanity first and emerging technologies of accessibility and education, equality and community development, and safety and privacy, wellness, and ethics. That's such a big focus for us. We're also happy to share that the number of our speakers that have been with us are over 70% of the women community. We're so happy and honored to be able to have you sojourn with us, that you've seen GatherVerse as a place of a vote of confidence where you feel that you can freely express, come what may. And we welcome that to this day to anyone, no matter the color, no matter the gender, that you will find a place here with GatherVerse. Our year one, now that we've come out of year zero, which has been a focus on expression, and year one is often the same, but year one is also about human centricity, community centralization, understanding that at the heart of the metaverse and prevailing emerging technologies is community. Here in Silicon Valley and elsewhere throughout the world, we are seeing people that are building incredible technologies being laid off and not having a place to return. Some have, and some may never have the positions that they've ever held. We've seen leaders in accessibility and global heads of accessibility and whole entire departments being completely wiped off from different platforms that are out here, not just in the Valley, but elsewhere. Some claim that this is going to be the year of efficiency. We understand that. But we also understand that a big signature part of why we're seeing these layoffs is because we become more virtual in the past 36 months than we had the past 36 years. And what that means is that some people are no longer needed for the positions that they once had, sought, moved their whole entire families, and changed their whole lives for to be able to have. Technology moves in increment shifts and leaps, and what we're seeing today are definitely leaps, and we will continue to see great and incredible disruption when it comes to emerging technologies and what it does when it comes to mankind and civilization itself. Everything that you see in the market today when it comes to technology is infinitesimal compared to what we will see that are coming from out of these labs from which billions of dollars have been invested. And much more of this will be great disruptive platforms. So I leave you with this. What do we do when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologist? What do we do when every intention that we have with what we build in technology for good that can benefit mankind gets in the hands of those who have no intention for good? We've seen drones that had every intention for good be used in the worst and the hollowed ways of the theater of war. We've seen what arms have done, where we've had our friends in Ukraine. They've had a massive technology hub, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in Europe. They've had to put down their keyboards and their VR headsets and take up arms and flee their homes, the homes in which some may never return. We're very much in a world that is volatile when it comes to business, when it comes to pandemics, when it comes to the ways of man. I believe that with GatherVerse, we can take the next step forward towards committing to building in the best way that we can. Not get so fascinated and intrigued by the technology itself. Yes, we can have an appreciation for software and hardware as we should. But we must consider for whom have we been prototyping and building these technologies for in the first place. And so the next natural step is humanity. And that's such a big part of what GatherVerse is and what we'll be discussing over these next 3 days. I need you to help share this story. We cannot share this ourselves. We thank you for spending the time with us. We thank our partners, our speakers. We really have such an appreciation for our attendees. We need you to help rally because some things may not seem a big deal until they come knocking on our front door, and then they're the biggest deal. Can't we do better with the time that's given? Don't we know that there's a generation of those that will come before us, and they will ask us, what have you handed us? That there were a few voices in this world that did care, just as there were those in the past when they were prototyping these technologies that are being taken advantage and used today. There were those voices that were quelled in the night that said, what are we building here and for whom? Just as there's today in 2023, there are more voices added that are expressing for whom and what are we building for. We must take this as serious as we've ever been in business. We thank you for being with us. We'll continue to chop wood. And lastly, we're very well aware that there are more stories that need to be told, and GatherVerse has incredible announcements that's coming out in the coming weeks and months. And I'm also aware that there are many organizations and startup platforms that are doing incredible things that cannot get funding. And GatherVerse is doing something to address this as well in a major historic way. We'll either talk about it or we'll manifest it. Thank you for joining us. We have an incredible assortment and array of different speakers who aren't just technologists, but came to be able to contribute to the overarching narrative of humanity first. May your gather be well.
Hi, I'm Avi Barzaev. I'm president of the XR Guild, and I also have a consulting company called Reality Prime. Thank you for bringing me to the GatherVerse to join you. I'm going to talk today about the Metaverse, AI, XR, and especially about the hype versus the humanity. So what is going on with all these hype cycles? It seems like almost every year now, something else is bubbling up in hype. And everybody pays attention, everybody rushes to invest, and then we have a bust coming right after that. What is going on? Well, I made a graph to try to help us understand what's going on, because it turns out these things are very cyclic, and the next cycle is just waiting for some technological advances, but also for the current cycle to end. And people are pushing this, which is what we're going to find out in a second. So you can go all the way back to the 60s. There was an AI peak, and there was a peak for VR, in the 90s, and another peak for VR around Second Lifetime in 2008 or so. And of course, with Oculus and Facebook rebranding to Metaverse, the Metaverse went super high. All these things are happening up and down over and over again. And artificial intelligence in 2023 is the biggest one, and we predict that it's going to go down as well. Not that the AI goes away, but that the hype will die down. And even the word Metaverse may not survive. It potentially could come back on the dotted black line. But the blue line represents a brand new word that none of us even know what it is yet. It's there, it's below the radar, but at some point it'll bubble up. Probably whatever the name of the most successful thing out there is, will be the name that we use. And that'll be what we call it for at least a cycle. So let's see what happens. So what's going on with the boom and bust cycle is that during the boom times, people are trying to own the narrative. They have books to sell and appearances to book. They may have investments to shill or money to raise. And a bunch of them would be super happy if you were to put them in the C-suite of some company as chief metaverse officer or chief AI officer or whatever, as if the current CTOs and chief marketing officers can't handle it. This is all new, so we need all new people. It's a bit self-serving, honestly. And my question is, though, there's a human cost, right? It's not just a bunch of clowns running around claiming credit for things. There's a human cost here, because how many people, think about it, got laid off after Meta put all this emphasis on the metaverse and everybody rushed to invest in order to match them and join them. And then they're like, oh, okay, it's not quite ready yet. So let's go slow. Let something else come in and take the hype for a while. There is a human cost to this, and we need to even out these hype cycles by not inflating them in the first place. If you remember from South Park, they had the garden gnomes, the underground gnomes, who wanted to go collect all the underpants, and they didn't know what step 2 was, but step 3 obviously was profit. And I feel like that's what's going on with a lot of these experts is they see the first step, and they certainly see the third step, but they don't know how hard these things are, how long they take, or what level of effort is required to really make it happen. And that's a problem, because you don't want to get excited about collecting underpants unless you really know that you can profit from it. So the gnomes say things like, buy NFTs, tokenize everything, fidgetize your goods. Businesses must do this or be left behind, right? It's just more FOMO. And it's not helpful, honestly. It's taking all of the oxygen away from the people who are trying to do good work. And eventually, when the music stops, as it does, with all these things, the music at least dies down for a while with the metaverse and with cyberspace. The gnomes just move on to the next hype cycle. They do it all over again because a lot of them are, frankly, shameless. So we see this again. Maybe the next one is going to be quantum fusion technopiddle. Who knows what it's going to be, but it'll get hyped up, unfortunately. So let's flip to the positive side. We know we need less hype. What about real stuff? So what we want to do, all of us want to democratize the systems that we use. It doesn't just mean decentralization. And I gave a talk at the GatherVerse previously about how tokenization and giving everybody a share that they can buy and sell actually leads back to plutocracy and oligarchy. So it doesn't get us to democracy just because we tokenize. We need better, more thoughtful structures than that. And we definitely want to add accountability for the government, for the corporations, and for the bad actors who have really been abusing our trust for a long time. We want to ensure creators who make good stuff can get paid for it and actually make a living as creators. We need them. We want them. We don't just want computers recycling everything we do. But we need to put the greedy middlemen back in their box. And if you think about the music industry, it's the clearest. Artists complain they get pennies from plays on Spotify. And it's not because Spotify is taking all the money. It's because the record labels are taking a huge share of it. And what are they doing for that? What are they actually doing to earn that money? I think if you follow their recipes, they're going to be the ones who tell us to buy and make NFTs, tokenize everything. If you don't want to repeat what we have, don't follow their recipes. We need to do something different. So now we get to talk about artificial intelligence a little bit. And I want to be clear, I do not claim to be an expert on AI, and I'm not really working on those algorithms, but I certainly have been following it for years and use it regularly. And I do understand a bit of the limitations of it. I know the opinions vary as well. There's people out there who are really worried that AI is making certain jobs unnecessary. And I think that's partly true. And there are other people who are saying, but AI gives us superpowers. If I can't draw well, I can go to a site like Midjourney or DALL-E or Stable Diffusion and tell it what I want. It'll draw it for me. So that feels like a superpower to me if I can't draw. It turns out both of those things are true at the same time. Jobs will be relegated, just like they always have been, but not completely. We still have people who work on spreadsheets. We still have accountants. We just don't have as many as we needed when everything was done on paper. And on the whole, we create more jobs as things go on. So there's a net benefit to these things, but there's not, we don't want to forget about the losses that happen along the way. Those are real people, real jobs, and we need to help everybody. So those two things are true, but here's a deeper observation. And then this is take a little bit of thought, I think, to be able to kind of follow along with this one. But think of generative AI not as being artificial intelligence, but it's a new way to repackage human intelligence, okay? We're essentially deriving creative collaboration among many people at once. All the people who created the artwork or the text that become part of the model for the AI are contributors. Unfortunately, today, it's involuntary, unpaid, and feels too often like theft. So that's what we want to fix. But the idea of helping humans collaborate is actually good. I've been working on this for a long time, usually in VR, trying to give multiple people control of something. But think about how hard it would be to give two people steering wheels in a car. If they decided to go in opposite directions, you would probably crash. And so you could only do one steering wheel at a time. But when we built the virtual Jungle Cruise ride for Disney, we could put 4 people in a rubber raft and give them each an oar, and they could all steer together. So there are ways that people can collaborate, but it needs to be combining their work and summing it in a way where they're not fighting each other. And believe me, I've tried to work with even really good authors. If you try to break up the common work in the wrong way, like everybody gets to write the next sentence in some shared story, it almost never works out. You get effectively a design by committee where everybody's pulling in a different direction. But there are better ways to help people collaborate, and what we're seeing is that this AI is one of those. So we take a bunch of pictures, right? We build a machine learning model out of it. You've probably seen this explained before. And now the key is, when one new person comes along and they give a prompt, we're creating a combination of all the work of those other people. Of course they should get paid. That's to me a given, that it's sort of criminal that we're not yet paying people for their original work. So switching gears a little bit to XR. Remember, it's the sum of AR, VR, MR, SR, DR, whatever all those things mean. Now that's where I am an expert, and I spend most of my time thinking about it. I criticize these gnomes and other false prophets, and I try really hard not to be one. But it's hard not to say what I think is going to happen. I try to focus more on what needs to happen now. But I think the most important thing out of all of this is that we need to listen to many more voices. I mean, if there's one thing you take away from GatherVerse, is everybody says this, and they're all right. The voices do matter, because you can't just have a bunch of similar background people sitting in a room designing something and expect it to come out right for everybody. You need everybody's input into that process, their experience, the mistakes that they've experienced before. We need to understand those mistakes and not repeat those mistakes. So we really want to listen to everyone's hopes, needs, and fears, but not necessarily their predictions. So getting a little deeper into this, what we really want XR to do is to be the human lens, and we can call this augmented humans. And I'm borrowing that title from my friend Helen Papagiannis, who wrote a book about that called Augmented Human. And we want to do is create new capabilities and reduce harm. We want to empower everyone equitably, and ultimately the goal is augmenting humanity. Another way to say that is the milieu of AR, VR, MR, or the metaverse. That's just the context. not the goal. The goal is augmenting humanity. So at the XR Guild, we're trying to help with this, with the focus on XR. We're trying to work on what does it mean to have a system that is ethical, responsible, and trustworthy. And what we want to do is reach other people in the field with that information so that they can build better products. So I'll leave you with this thought. How can we design for ethical outcomes? That's the key, and that's exactly what the XR Guild is working on. Thank you, and may your gather be well.
Stop what you are doing. Set everything down for just a few minutes. Now, take a moment and notice where you are in reference to the other things and people around you in your physical space and your virtual space. You see, we are moving so fast through both of these spaces that we are letting too many things slip through the cracks. Take a breath. And let me tell you who I am. I am Janaea Barnes, and I'm a career transition and leadership coach. And like most things, I've gone through many iterations. I have evolved like you have evolved, and technology has evolved. Each iteration has built upon the previous one. I've collected the data, testing the strategies, putting it all together so that we can navigate quicker and faster and more effectively. In fact, we are moving so fast that we can be transported to almost anywhere in a moment. But it wasn't always this way. First, we had to transport ourselves with our feet. And we humans can be slow and impatient. We wanted to go faster. So we created the technology of a bicycle. And with that speed came a little more danger. To navigate safely, you had to be mindful of yourself and the world around you. And then we created the automobile and we went faster and the danger increased. If you were not consciously aware of where you were in space in reference to the things around you, everybody was at risk. Now, I traveled the country photographing ghost bike memorials. And ghost bikes are white painted bicycles, often decorated with flowers, that are locked at an intersection where a bicyclist lost their life. And it wasn't so much about the bicycle versus the car, the old technology versus the new technology. To me, a ghost bike represented the worst case scenario of what could happen when you're not present and mindful of your actions. And this concept of mindfulness while navigating the self and the technology was so important to me that I published a book of those photographs. And here we are in 2023, moving even faster. In an instant, we can be transported to another country or another world, and yet you are still right here, navigating the vehicle of your own body, the vehicle that your consciousness is riding in. You are navigating a human experience, and this experience will dictate your actions in the physical and virtual worlds. You must remember every action has a consequence to your body and to others. And with our focus pulled in so many different directions, it's even more important than ever to learn to be present. And when you are present, when you are mindful, your possibilities will expand because you are the missing component that no amount of technology can replace. It is your humanity, your ability to love, care for, and interact with others that will ensure technology be used for the greatest good. You, yes, you are the driving force of that. Your humanity is technology's greatest gift. We can choose to lean into our humanity with the extra time and ease that technology creates. And with that, there is a responsibility for us to be better than we've ever been. So as you move through this summit, as you move through this world, I ask that you practice presence and mindfulness in your body, within your surroundings. Because no matter how fast and robust the technology gets, your true power will always be in your presence. For it is there that you can move through physical and virtual worlds with deliberate and thoughtful impact. It is from there that you get to allow the technology to bring positive impact to human experience and to the world. Thank you. I am Janaea Barnes, and I will see you in the physical and virtual world.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Sarah Cole Stratton, and I'm an Indigenous AI ethics advisor, amongst many other things. I am Māori from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I'm really thrilled to announce an Indigenous Oceania Pacifica GatherVerse happening in July. We've chosen that time because for Māori it is our new year, the winter solstice, a time of reflection and looking forward to our new horizons. In my work, I have come to see that Indigenous knowledge has answers that to some really big global questions that are being asked today. One in particular is, how do we harness the power of AI for good? And I know that in our stories and our handed down intergenerational knowledge, we've got the answer for that. It is part of our working system. That and many conversations are going to be had about how we weave the old and the present in with the future to make something that might look like ethical, responsible digital technology. So please join us as we talk about how the Metaverse, digital twinning, is being used to save certain islands that in 100 years' time might be submerged by water. How digital assets are going to be used for the future of the future people of that island to still have a place to land, a country of their own, a culture, a language, and artifacts that they will resonate with. We've got so many interesting people doing so many interesting things. And I think I could say that we might be united in thinking that what we want in the metaverse, the digital virtual world, is not the same as we see in the analog. We want to take what we've learned in the analog and the harm that the analog bias causes us to recreate and create a new world, a new place to be and live, where all people are respected, all dignity is restored. And weirdly enough, it's technology that's going to allow that to happen. So I don't want to talk too much more. I just want to invite you to come, to listen, to learn, to experience us. We hear a lot from the global north, even the global south is spoken about as if there is no one else, but there is us, and we invite you to come and spend some time with us. More will be announced later on in the year. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Greetings.
Well, nice to see you all. Hello. It's been fantastic listening to everybody ahead of me, the keynotes and everyone. It's quite inspiring after having a morning of total system failures and barely minutes before the event started. I was restored, and so my faith in technology. Hello, everyone. I'm Lubna Dajani. I'll be your moderator today for this amazing panel about the complex relationship between humanity and technology. We have an amazing host, set of wonderful speakers, and without further ado, I am going to ask Elizabeth to start with an introduction. As there's many of us here in a short time, we're going to make this as rapid fire, as engaging as possible. If we can get interactions from the speakers, from the audience, that would be great. Otherwise, let's see how much fun we can make this hour. That should be like 4 hours in itself. So Elizabeth, please.
Yes, hi everyone. Hi, Lubna. It's great to be here, actually. I'm a CEO and founder of MIAT, which stands for Multiverse Institute for Arts and Technology. We provide the training, production, and research services to different kind of brands all over sectors, and we have an academy where we strengthen the talents of the future. We create regional immersive experiences and research, all through connecting both the academy and the production.
Pass the baton, maybe Luisa, and then maybe you'll pass the baton.
Yeah. Well, hi everyone. I'm Luisa. I'm a lawyer. I have my own law firm in Portugal, and the focus of our law firm is pretty much putting together technology and at least the legal system as much as we can. And our law firm is also specialized in Web3 Web2 and Web3 matters. So yeah, trying to merge those areas that have historically not been going along so well together. But yeah, that's our mission. I think Sergio can go next.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I'm Sergio, CEO and co-founder of Artivive. Artivive is a platform where we're combining traditional art with digital art. We see the future of art will be a mixture of both. We also see a lot of creatives and new media artists coming and going more into the digital space, but also in love with the traditional gallery museums spaces. So we started as a tool 5 years ago, and now we have on our platform more than 220,000 artists from all over the world. We are working together with museums, institutions and universities, and try to explore the space to see where art can go and how artists and creatives can leverage technology. And I'm nominating Miranda.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Miranda. I'm the Director of Public Policy at the XR Association, which is the trade organization based in Washington, D.C., representing the AR, VR, and MR industry. We've got a full range of member companies, everything from the big headset manufacturers to small startup platform developers to corporate end users. And our mission is to promote the responsible development of XR technologies through research, establishing best practices, advocacy, and educating lawmakers. And I will pass the baton to Jay.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Good to be here. I'm Jay, one of the co-founders and inventors of the Ozone Metaverse platform. And Ozone is a new graphics engine and web-based platform to make virtual worlds easy in the browser for enterprise.
Dr. Ritesh, unmute.
Sorry, I have to pass the baton. Yes, Dr. Jack, please.
Yes, unmute.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here and good to know you all. And my name is Ritesh Chan. I'm a founder of Infinite and the humanizing credit and credit card experience. I come from the banking and payments. So I can proudly say, like, if you use Apple Pay, I've got a role behind it and leading Apple Pay for Apple and Visa in the past. I sit as a member advisor on G20 GPFI, so I put my dollar where my mouth is. So I'm a member advisor for Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion and founding member of World Metaverse Council as well. So pleasure to be here. Thank you.
As you can see, we have an amazing set of representatives of the whole value chain that needs to come together to make a change where change is needed. So I'm the founder of Alternet, and Alternet started as a chapter in a book about the role of the enterprise in future cities. And I was asked to give my views as a futurist. And I talked about a future where everyone is connected and technology is woven into everyday life, and asked the question of what role do we want to play in a future of humanity as technology is woven into everyday life. And while it brings us together, it can be and untether us from where we are, where who we are is defined by, and where we are is defined by who we are rather than where we physically are. But it is also a double-edged sword in that it can also be the noose. So where do we find ourselves today? If we stop and reflect, it's a place where we've magnified some of principles that are based on fear and domination, and now we are in a position to make a change. And the metaverse and other technologies around it can exponentially change the direction of our future, either where the accelerated end, or we can, with the simple choice to make a change. We have all the tools. We can wake up tomorrow in a new world. So I will lead with Dr. Ritesh. How do you feel? What do you think would be the most critical thing we can do today?
See, the most critical thing that we do today, it's about to learn from the mistakes that we have done in the past, and not only us, but everybody else's. It's quite a big bite to chew on, right? As we talk about the humanity, especially in the context of the technology, we have put a significant responsibility as a technocrats or as founders. So as I said, I come from the banking and payments, and the biggest pain that I see around, it's not about just the unserved community, but the underserved community. Right? So technology, if I just pick up one example about the financial institutions, they could play a significant role in humanizing technology for various reasons. Whether they do it or they don't, it's a different thing, right? So especially when I started, I'll give you my own example. When I was leading one of the largest or tier one bank, I came out and I started a fintech focused on humanizing credit card experience for the people. Because what I truly believe that the credit cards are one of the most beautiful product that have been created in the history of financial services. Who is going to give you 30 to 45 days interest-free credit apart from your family, right? But when your family gives you that money, they've got all the best intentions towards you. But whether it is the same intention of the financial institutions or the
Is it?
technology that they have implemented. So we all, not only from the financial institutions, but I would say whoever is using technology and leading the way forward, they have got a significant responsibility to make it more ethical and equitable for everybody. As I said, it's a lot to chew on. It's a big bite.
Especially when started with talking about with your financial background, I thought I'd pick about our economic models as they're rather extractive, and I think is it the late fees and such are some of the biggest revenue generators. So I think we need to change perhaps some of the way we do finance and how we think of money. But with that, I thought I would pass it to Miranda. Maybe we could talk a bit about maybe policy.
Yeah, no, well, I think Dr. Jane had a great start. Is just learning from the lessons and some of the challenges that were happening in the previous iterations of the technology. And because XR, the metaverse, is so nascent, business models, everything from legislation to regulation, nothing is baked in yet. And so I think it's really encouraging to have seen, people coming together at GatherVerse and other fora like the Metaverse Standards Forum, the World Economic Forum, to think about how to imbue this technology with ethical frameworks from the start. I'm seeing a lot of conversations around accessibility and how we can bridge the technology gaps with XR. So I think it's a really good time to be having these conversations. In terms of policymakers, I think there's a huge role for them to play in charting the future of XR and the metaverse. Step one from XRA's perspective is just educating folks, mainly in the US, but abroad as well, as to what are XR technologies, what is the metaverse, what's the current state of play, how to kind of separate fact from science fiction. And I think that we've seen, great interest from U.S. policymakers in this technology, and so I'm very, optimistic about its future.
Yeah, yes, so am I. I think the metaverse, especially with its, as it creates such an immersive experience that we can actually leverage it to make the changes necessary in policy across many of our practices, including the fiduciary responsibility for profitability at any cost. Otherwise, how could we really ever get to sustainability, anything worth of wanting to sustain? I think we need to fundamentally change. And I think maybe this could be a sincere catalyst to that. The arts, I think, is make for a very wonderful Trojan horse, I think, because nothing is more powerful than the arts in communicating the best and the worst of human behavior. And it's probably artists are the first to leverage innovation. Sergio.
Yes, thank you very much. I think also when we started Artivive, I worked as a creative in an agency, as a creative director for many years, and I saw the power of technology. The problem that we had back then when we were doing amazing campaigns for Volkswagen, Audi, and Porsche worldwide was that we were focusing just on the technology. We were using AR. And in all the campaigns that we had, you could, place your car in front of the house, or you just scan your own car, change the rims and the colors. Also go into the car and use AR as a manual to understand all the buttons, what they're doing. But we, after a few years, looked at the numbers of the users, and I was shocked to see that there was no adoption. And I tried to somehow understand why. And I think the problem was us being so focused on the technology, we didn't see the value that we were creating. So we were not adding anything. It was just a gimmick on consuming the information that people would find in the catalog or at the dealer or online on a website. It was just a fancy way to see it. And I was still very much in love with the way how augmented reality can transport and build stories, connect, the real space that we are in with the digital extension. And I had a thesis: what would happen if we're taking this technology, make it as easy, as simple as possible, and give it to the creatives, to the artists? And that was a very good decision to go this way, because we found in a lot of artists that maybe were more traditional, but were curious about the digital space, and they wanted to build new narratives and try to find where are actually the borders and how can they cross this border of the technology. So very fast, we learned about how we could add value in the experience of art and somehow bring traditional art and museums and galleries into 2023 by just leveraging this technology. And I have a very cool example that I have to share with you. We did a project with Belvedere Museum in Vienna, where we worked together with the people in the museum, and we found out that some of the paintings of Egor Schiele, which is an Austrian painter who died 100 years ago, was overpainted. And then we tried to find out why. And we also had X-rays to showcase how it really looked like. We built it in augmented reality and told the story that his wife, that was depicted in that painting, was dressed too poorly for matching the image of the collection that the director had at that time. So when he presented the painting, the director said, "I'm sorry, but she's not dressed for my collection." So Sheila took the painting, overpainted it to a version that the director liked, and now this is the artwork that we're celebrating in the museum. What we did, we just took this story and recreated it in augmented reality so people could experience it, and also zoomed in to show what the differences were. And funny enough, we found out if you're looking very close at the painting, you'll find bits of the original color of the original painting of the first version. And this was what people were doing, putting the phone away, not thinking about the whole technology, discovering these bits of colors and saying, "Oh yeah, that's true. Look here, it's orange." And this is what people are then afterwards taking with them home. They will not talk about the augmented reality, the technology that they experience and how it worked. They will talk about the experience that they had. Also with payment, right? So we're just having it in our phone and we just not think about it. It's like we don't have to take our cards with us anymore. Or when we want to get from A to B, we just using Google Maps and see all the technologies that are inside there.
So your comments bring so many thoughts to mind. It brings out the importance of design. It's the importance of the experiences we're creating, and it's how immersive creates a sensory-based learning experience. But it also makes me want to ask, with the advances like in technologies like the use of Midjourney and other AI tools, where would that leave us in terms of authenticity? I mean, I love it. I think it's amazing. But I would love to hear from Elizabeth on that, and then maybe we can. There's many points here to cover.
Well, in terms of authenticity is good question. I think, that we are in a moment where all the emerging technologies, immersive technologies, of course, also AI is bringing us to a kind of moment where they are like a co-pilot of experiences. Of course, when you work with AI, you work as a co-designer of, any kind of experience that could also lead it to an immersive experience or Web3 experiences, or what would be like the metaverse. And I think that one of the, it is important to understand and underline that the driving forces, behind the creation of a Web3 and the metaverse is all these immersive and emerging technologies, because they are becoming the next computing platform requiring new skills, as Sergio was saying, combining both artistic but also technological competencies to enable the next technological switch and also the company's evolution. And we train every day what we call RTech, the RTech of the future. So they are a hybrid curriculum coming from technology, science, mixing interest from the world of gaming, design, fashion, also architecture, but also from making storytelling. And they are the main resources on which really metaverse experiences and worlds are being built. We have countries we were all over the world. They are most advanced, UK or US or even Japan. They don't find this kind of curriculum, and also companies are blocking their evolution. So it's very also important when you talk about authenticity to understand that we need to of course be authentic, but also to create the jobs of the future. They are immersive creative producers, digital creators, directors for immersive content, XR producers, showrunners, XR developers, software engineers, and they have divergent minds, which is very interesting because you have to train them with a very hands-on new methodology that of course we use. They have creative skills, but combined strictly with the technological expertise, and they will be the leaders of the future. So we transfer ethics in each training that we do with them, because we have a big bias at international level. If you think about how now the metaverse platforms or virtual spaces are created, most of the people are young men, and that's the culture there. So it's, for us, is a big bias at global level.
Yes. The bias, because the technology is magnifies the biases that are baked in within us, and it's probably what makes it so dangerous, because it becomes exponential. We talk a lot about ethics, in all the speakers ahead as well talked about ethics and how we need to ensure that there are ethics. I often ask myself, as I work on a lot of ethical standards, especially when it comes to empathic AI and the likes, the question is, whose ethics, and how do we work together, as this is a transdisciplinary problem, clearly, and how do we, and cross-sectoral and global, how do we manage, and Luisa, I'm probably going to hit you with that, or to have our laws and our governance and our policy or diplomacy to bring us across so many boundaries and so many sectors and languages and intents.
Well, that's a tough one.
Not for a lawyer.
Yeah, well, I think first of all, the regulators are right now trying to first get a lay of the land. So we don't have, as of today, any really deep regulations on anything related to Web3 as we know it, because we don't have the basic concepts laid out. So I think most regulators are now first trying to put the concepts out and have it more standardized. So what is a metaverse? What's a copyright when we are talking about digital art? What's trademark? What are the limits of any of that? So when using AI to do art, is it considered a source of inspiration if you put an input with the name of another artist? Or it's a brand new art because inspiration is something that have been in the art world since forever. So we're still trying to get to those limits. And I think the first step, it was a big step, was okay, let's try to put the concepts out. And even with that, we're kind of struggling a bit. We've been seeing with Mika, for example, we're in V7, 8, and every time it's about to go out, we have to take 3 steps back and change some things. And in the other hand, we have regulators trying to, okay, this is something that's growing every day. So we got to do something about it, because otherwise this is just going to become absolute chaos. So we have SEC giving a lot of decisions around, and then in one way it's really good because we're seeing that they're trying to regulate something. In another way, the decisions coming out have not been the most concise possible. So it generates a lot of friction between parties that are involved. So how do I think regulators would go about it? First of all, I think it's a bit of a community thing that we are trying to, first of all, educate people that are actually making the laws on it. So for them to understand what is that they are working with, we have to understand that technology will always go so much faster than the regulators, than who is writing the laws. Law, it's not a fast process, and technology is the polar opposite of that. So we kind of have to educate them and kind of pick our fights. So, okay, let's start with definitions. Okay, what's important? It's a regulation for metaverse, it's a regulation for currencies, a regulation for NFT, or it's okay, let's do something more broad, and then specific regulations can kind of go on parallel with it. So it's a lot of details, and I think as of now, regulators are trying to raise technology, which I don't think is the best approach. I mean, they run to do a cryptocurrency regulation, and then regulations were not as detailed as we wish. And now they're running to do something about metaverse. It's also not as detailed as we wish. So we are starting to have a lot of little regulations with a lot of holes. And then after, we have just to try to patch them together and see what goes about. So I think it's about like, okay, guys, let's just breathe, slow down, and do one by one, or at least let's do something general, and then with calm, do things together. Otherwise, we'll be a big patch thing that's Frankenstein wise, and it's not going to serve anyone.
It's I laugh because it brings me back to that it's a transdisciplinary, it's cross sectors, it's cross ages, cross cultures, but it's really when I find that when I think anyway, and Jay, you tell me because you're the one building the stuff. um it's it's an integration of all of these, and we continue to look at things in silos or just one thing and wait till we get in the conversation about, here we're talking about this, we even talk about robotic rights. Meanwhile, we have other people who have zero access, not just to the technology, but to even a comfortable space to be in so that they can access the technology. But Jay, as you were creating, do you find that that there is we've talked about NFTs, there's quantum compute, there's fog, and moving to the edge. Do you see that when you think systems that metaverse you're developing or solutions, and of course any of you, please let's make this. I don't want to play around Robin. It's difficult because there's enough of us, and when you feel like you want to speak, just this is it's a round table, so I'll just I'll hold the veto, and that's it.
Nice.
And I'll try to be but do you find that it's an integration? Or do you think of the metaverse alone without the NFTs or without blockchain or without AI or without big data or
No, absolutely, and thank you. First off, really good to be here, and big kudos to Chris and the entire GatherVerse team for really putting this together. And I was very impressed to hear it's happening around the world on all the continents. So really big kudos on that, and you guys have the full support of Ozone Metaverse platform. Yes, Ms. Dajani, your question is great, and I will quote one of my mentors and one of our partners and early angels who talked about the convergence point, right? Paul Gordon out of London. Hey, Paul, if you see this. So Paul has told me early on, we're coming at a point of convergence where what's happening is lots of technologies that have been in the making for a long time. As we all know, none of this is like brand new, but the ability to actually implement and deploy what I would call commercial ready or mass market ready solutions in terms of VR, blockchain, artificial intelligence. These are like the three main technologies that we see really converging and starting to get intertwined and basically stacked up in a new stack, if you will, right? Think of this like and which we feel at Ozone, and I think lots of our colleagues in the ecosystem agree, is the next computing platform, right? So just think of this like the mobile apps revolution, right, or the internet revolution, and you can keep going back in multiple time segments. And when these moments happen, this convergence moment happen, then you have a whole new really field, right, of digital what is important to us, human computer interface, right? And so if we go back let's go back like 30-40 years, right, when the personal computers was coming out. Personal computing was made possible by certain things, right? The transistors, the chips, the screens, etc. Then the internet was become possible because of these network capabilities, right? Sorry if I'm oversimplifying for the the super technologists on the call, but then you go to mobile apps. So mobile apps, if you think about it, we couldn't have had mobile apps if there were no cell phones, right? I mean, right? If there was no iPhone, there would be no mobile apps. And so one innovation enables really a whole new set of digital landscape, right? So mobile apps are a whole new landscape. So now we feel the same is happening. So definitely, no, this should not be looked at like totally separate. And to build on Ms. Castro's point with the regulators, I think you have a very good point, Luisa. Is a lot of the I mean, think about it. It's like you go to see your doctor, right? You're not an expert in medicine, right? You're only thinking about, my low back is hurting, right? And then the doctor starts looking at your feet and you're like, what? But he knows, right? So I feel like regulators are kind of taking the same approach. They're just looking at one thing at a time, totally in silo. And that should be, I think we should all as an industry take a little step back and say, okay, what's the end game, right? What's the end in mind? And at Ozone, we're very clear about this, right? We understand the metaverse as the new interface, right? The UI, essentially. The data sets running the applications that we have now in the World Wide Web will remain, right? We're not going to just ditch all the stuff that exists and start from scratch, but we actually add to that, right? So we take the existing data set that becomes accessible via immersive virtual world and augmented reality. And then you have these new data sets that get added to this, which is the AI and the blockchain, right? New sources of data. And then with that, somehow we're gonna make up the future of the internet. So pretty exciting time, and definitely we believe they all kind of, one cannot exist without the other, really. Lubna, you're muted, just in case you're muted, Lubna.
Yes, thank you very much. I said yes. Thank you. I said yes, and that talks about innovations. It's an integration of innovations up and down the stack of technology, right? And then and I mean technology, specifically information and communication technology. So it's that data, being able to communicate and process data and then express it and experience it. And now we're extending it to a very sensory experience, and the whole world is. I imagine it like a mesh over it, where we're all sort of like the buses that have the electrical wire that connects, but we're all like disconnected. Right? Hopefully, we're not going to go to being as individuals like the Borg and in smart cities that are basically surveillance only. And any of that all of that would require a shift in mindset and where we place priorities and how we measure success, well-being. Is it about vertical wealth accumulation, or I should say wealth hoarding and resource hoarding, or is it about horizontal wealth enablement, where you can have extend your reach and access, and your worth is based on how far your impact reaches, and rather than your access and the access that you're enabling. So, do you not? When you combine the advances of, if you put that mindset, and then you look at what technology can do and how it can advance all of our capabilities across the sciences, do you not feel that our responsibility now is to step up to the plate with use cases and implementations that would apply the technology in a way that starts to restore? And what do you think? And if you agree, because I think you're nodding, then what do you think we can do in collaboration together now to make that change?
I'll start on this, but this is probably like a roundtable discussion. I'm sure everybody has, like, because this is, I think, the core, right, of what GatherVerse is all about, is the impact element.
Because it's not just about that it's the metaverse, because at the end of the day, we're stitching the physical with the digital, right? We're taking data sets and digital twins, and ultimately, where are we living, and how do we want to extend this access in a dignified way?
Exactly. No, 100%. I would actually take this one step further. It's not even about what the technology is. It's about us as a humanity coming to a point to say, we need to do things that have impact. We cannot just be, as a species, just seeking the more, right? You use the word hoarding, just the more, because then you end up in kind of monopoly situations. You end up into an
It's
environment.
extractive.
Yeah, it's extractive. It's definitely not promoting innovation. And you talk horizontal. I mean, let's face it, right? Call it a economy 1.0 or world 1.0, right? Or humanity 1.0. This concept of impact and horizontal and giving, we're basically limited to nonprofit and churches, right? Essentially, right? There was no, companies would make donations and so on, but it was much more of a PR stunt, as we all got to find out, right, than real driven
Right.
impact. And that's what we think the opportunity is in this next generation of Web3 focus. And that's where the Web3 community has a chance to bring up a solution, because it's not out there yet, right? I mean,
But Dr. Ritesh I think, has something to say. And you mentioned
yes, Dr.
Web3.
Ritesh.
So, I
Yes.
mean, especially tying up, because it all goes back to the money, right? And so, how do we take that to value?
First and foremost, I would like to set a baseline over here, because like I heard quite a lot and I've seen quite a lot. Citibank talking about the 13 trillion opportunity in the metaverse and the different reports, right? But let's be realistic. We are in early days, right? So
What can you clarify? 13 million.
13 trillion opportunity in the
Trillion
metaverse over the period of time, right?
in what way? Buying real estate in the metaverse, or using the metaverse in a way to educate,
Using the
to
metaverse,
extend?
creating the real estate, creating the different transactional applications in the metaverse as well, and combining the metaverse combinatorial technologies, which will bring in over the period of time in that way.
Mhm.
Now, I would like to set a baseline over here. What I really think, it's early days for the metaverse. What we are going to see, it's into a staged approach, right? The emerging technology, that's what we are seeing today, and that will continue for next few years, and then it will move into the adaptive approach, and then we are talking about the maturity over the period of time. And here the stages that I'm talking about, it's about like not year and after year and after year. Here we are talking about a decade, right? Because what we are seeing the in metaverse today, it's a web3 influenced technology and the applications in the metaverse, and then later on we are going to see the more combinatorial technologies in the metaverse, right? But let's you said very good thing about one of my fellows said about the regulations, right? I completely agree. In terms of the regulators are always going to catch up with the technology. They are not going to be ahead of it. But let me give you a view what I have experienced this morning, right? So I have personally witnessed as an invitee on the launch of the UPI and the Singapore link. So let me give you a bit of brief about when we are talking about the technologies emerging over the period of time. And here I'm moving a bit slightly from the metaverse, right?
Right.
So I'm talking about the UPI, which is the Unified Payment Interface in India, right? If you are anywhere close to the payments or the financial services, I'm sure you must have heard about and know about the UPI. It is the real-time payment system in India, which has started in 2016. All right. Today, it is the epitome of the digital payments in the world, right? India is leading the world in the digital payments. And the way it happened over the period of time, because India have been focused on building the digital public infrastructure and the digital public goods. So, again, coming back to the Jay's point, it's about the monopoly. We need to be very cautious about the kind of infrastructure that we are going to build up and how we are going to bring the private companies and build up that public private partnership over the period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not all hunky dory, right? Even UPI has made a mistake in terms of, when I say mistake, it happens when any technology which is growing up over the period of time. UPI has created another challenge for the government where it is a market concentration, right? Over 50% of the market is owned by one of the largest players. But that happens. That's a part and parcel of the game. So we got to be cautious. Why I said about this morning incident, right, and where I was the witness to launch of the Singapore and India UPI link. So now it not only for the country. It is not. It hasn't only enabled the people in the country to make real-time payments, but it is also enabling the other countries in the world to make real-time payment a reality, and not only for the in the country but the cross-border payments as well. So that was a
Right.
moment this morning where pay now from Singapore and India UPI has linked together, so the people can make the cross-border payments using the mobile phones and reducing the significant cost, and that's the use of the technology that we are talking about.
Right, and interoperability that you've also are
Precisely.
bringing is essentially. So it's better. Um, do you think because I don't know that we have another decade to move human behavior on. I think we need to accelerate, but storytelling and the metaverse. Do you think, what can you share, because I know you're passionate about this topic of how storytelling through the metaverse and the use of the technology, whether it's metaverse or AI or chat GPT or any of human assisting technologies, if we choose to apply them that way, can help us accelerate that mindset shift that is the foundationally critical to making any of this happen, because all of this we need to accelerate. Of course, regulatory is behind because they don't have the creative foresight for it. So how could they regulate something they don't understand or know, not technically nor sociology wise or anything for that matter, until it's in the past. So Elizabeth, how do you feel about that, and what do you think we can do to accelerate?
Well, more than yes, more than accelerate. I think that we see things from like I would say an art tech perspective. Okay, we don't produce technology, but of course we understand what you have to do to mitigate the potential negative effect of technologies and the way that you have to create them. But however, when we talk about humanity and technology, I think one of the most important thing is also to ensure empathy. You're talking about storytelling, immersive storytelling, empathy to promote connection and well-being and what it will be, the metaverse in the future, and what is like Web3. And to be, let's say, habitable and usable to its full potential, the metaverse must be a dynamic virtual place full of characters with a very defined recognizable identity and history. Let's say that just as the cities as regions in the physical world are loaded with the symbolism and traditions and culture in the metaverse, immersive storytelling will be pivotal in this sense. And this actually brings new and complex narrative challenges. If you think about like a cities and environments, it is essential to give a history to a clear identity to virtual environments. Sometimes I'm scared about like hearing people say, okay, you are an artist, you can do whatever you want in the metaverse. Okay, what's going to happen? And like engaging learning environments. I mean, academics will find themselves replaced sometimes, by AI teachers or become edutainers. They need to work with developers, creatives, storytellers to create meaningful experiences for students to experience. Sorry for the double word. And let's talk about the story-based cut, because we will have, you mentioned interoperability, and think about this. I mean, with stories and the values that can lead to interoperability in the metaverse. Of course, this will imply that people we all know can move, their avatar or the avatars from one platform to the other, from one metaverse of origin to a complex different one. And so the use of creativity and storytelling, it's pivotal because of stories guide and inspires us all. And every single thing that you think or do in your life is influenced by a story, if you think about that, created by you or by others. And then, we talk about communities together, and we interact with each other through stories. Humanity itself is a great collective story. And imagination is a storytelling, basically. Together we can build the multiverses or metaverses full of meaning, intriguing, cohesive places. And you tell and create, will give life to other stories. But they must be really like full of ethics, because I really believe that, once again, stories precede reality or experience. This is very pivotal. Talking about technologies is something in humanity that must be understood very well.
Miranda, I would love to hear your.
Yeah, no, if I could build on what Elisabetta was saying, I think another key aspect of this is having a diverse and inclusive workforce for the individuals that are actually building XR technology, whether it be the hardware, the software. We as the industry, I think, need to make a more concerted effort to make sure that we're reaching out to underserved communities or minority communities in particular. And last year, the XR Association launched the XR for All Foundation to try and identify what needs to be done to ensure that kids from high school can experience XR technology and see that type of career pathway for them, because there is a accessibility gap for these types of technologies. The costs of headsets is not necessarily in a place where everyone can access them, or not everyone, even in the US and certainly in many places around the world, don't have broadband access. So we also need to invest equitably in the infrastructure that will support this type of technologies in the future of spatial computing. And then from the regulatory perspective, I think that we've mentioned many times that regulators are going to be far behind where the technology is. So I think that there's a huge opportunity for there to be industry-led best practices here. We don't need to wait, and we shouldn't wait for regulators to step in. So I think that bringing together diverse stakeholders to have these types of can be difficult conversations is going to be important, with the recognition that I think Jay might have mentioned we're building these technologies on the existing internet, on existing data. Existing regulations will and should apply in terms of data protection to consumer protection. So while it is an exciting new future, XR, the metaverse, is not developing in a regulatory vacuum. And I do think that there's an interesting trend where a lot of the conversations around online safety, data protection are happening at a global and multilateral level. So the Global Online Safety Regulators Network was announced last year, bringing together governments from Australia, Fiji, the EU to kind of build out a framework for regulatory coherence. I don't think we'll ever see a world in which everyone's going to adopt the exact same regulations, in the US as well as in South Africa, but at least we can build towards more coherence and alignment. And I think doing that from a perspective of ethics and humanity first is really important.
Yes, and every time we talk, and I can't help myself but think about access, and not how many people actually do not have even basic access, or even the energy to power such access. Meanwhile, in the same breath, we're talking about this level of immersive experiences on the other end. And the disparity is not based on geography, really. It's based on, or nature. It's based on mental models, economic models, human behavior, and where we place emphasis, and how we measure value. So what can we do today? What is possible now? Because I think everything and anything is possible right now. It's not about regulating. It's about, I think, because to get to that, you may perhaps consider, we may perhaps consider as a society, to reset our economic incentives. Do we really have scarcity, or do we have scarcity of generosity, of compassion?
Well, I would like to jump in here and just appreciate what Miranda said, right? I think this is a key word there: industry-led best practices and standard. Because ultimately, what happens when something happens, right? The Congress calls Mark Zuckerberg and the CEOs of the companies to ask them questions, to get enlightened about them, to try to really understand, right? So if the industry is setting the benchmark for best practices, and there's lots of actually groups for inclusion in terms of visibility, supporting disabled folks in VR worlds, as an example, right? There's lots of things going around, like children, right, and being in the virtual worlds, and how kids should be handled, interacted with, and so on. So I feel like safety and creating like a really great new digital landscape is the opportunity really we have, and the challenge and the responsibility. Now, as maybe one of my last comments, I just want to center answer your point, Ms. Lubna. Humans, historically cannot be really contained, right? Chris in his opening topic was talking about how can we ensure that good technology remains positive, right? How can you ensure that the technology build remains positive? My position and my opinion, really, for whatever it's worth, is that you really cannot 100% ensure that. It's like a supermarket, right? There is junk food, there is healthy food, there is organic food, right? And there's some restaurants who have some supermarkets who have zero organic healthy solutions. I remember being in California a few years ago, and I went to this supermarket, and they had like thousands of products. I could not really consume any of one there, right? So then I go back in the car and go somewhere else. But I remember this stuck me because I feel the digital landscape and the metaverse will end up being the same. There's many apps. There's mega apps, bigger and smaller apps. There's the big e-commerce platforms, and there's maybe some smaller e-commerce platforms that are more impact driven. They give donations back, that do positive things. So as a consumer, you get to choose, right? Us as builders, all we can do is provide the options, right?
And having freedom of having options, and the choices we make today set the decisions we take today say frame the choices we have tomorrow. We're out of time, actually. I want to ask each of you to just give some closing remarks, and especially with a call to action of yourselves and of the community. Luisa, if you would.
No, I would just say that we have to start adapting to technology instead of trying to mold technology to what we feel it's comfortable and know what it is. Especially in the legal side, we are trying to put into all boxes new things instead of trying to create new boxes. So
That's
I
perfect.
would just say, yeah, let's try to adapt more and be more open to technology instead of trying to mold to what we're comfortable with. And I think like that we'll start having a more healthy relationship with technology instead of a more impulsive one.
Elisabetta? Unmute, please.
Sorry about that. I would love talking about technology instead at this time and not storytelling or immersive storytelling. That entrepreneurs and brands will need to develop the skills needed to build security by design, equity by design, and privacy by design in their technologies. So to have like a security is mission critical, and in terms of product, also to democratize and emerging technology, reducing prices, and also like people inside in-house teams of companies and brands that will develop and maintain the clear community guidelines as well as a moderate use behavior inside these also virtual worlds. It is important that people who will develop all policies are representative of all users, regardless who they are and where they are located.
Thank you. Sergio.
Yes, thank you very much. It's very inspiring to listen to all of you. Thank you so much for having me here. I think it's very important to also see how things are funded, where the money is coming from. This will play a big role of how all decisions will be taken and who are the stakeholders. And on a positive note, I would say we are just exploring. We are just the beginning. We'll do a lot of mistakes. A lot of things will fail. And we'll just move forward and learn from the mistakes that we have done and be a little bit, more experienced.
And with all the creatives that we're enabling, maybe we'll make it all very beautiful, and we bring out the artists in everyone. Dr. Ritesh.
So the way I see things moving forward is the best way approach, and that's my view completely. It's about the building the digital public infrastructure and the digital public goods, which addresses the multiple issues of the market concentration, having open source data, open source codes, open source AI, open data models, and that will enable and basically give opportunity for people to be part of it, as well as we don't have to rely on the policy in that sense. We can implement the policies through the digital public infrastructure and the public goods itself. So one doesn't have to wait for the policy, and you can implement the policy through the infrastructure. And that is the way forward that I see.
Thank you, Miranda.
Well, first, thanks for having me here. I think I would leave the call to action to those that are listening from the industry to think about how they can engage and educate the policymakers in their region. Having policymakers around the world that understand this technology is going to be so important, and it will help build out support for things from research and innovation to investment in broadband to actually getting government themselves to leverage this technology. So I think the education piece is really important. And for those that are listening in the US, you can go to xra.org and encourage your member of Congress to join the Reality Caucus, which is a group of lawmakers that are leading the way for XR technologies in creating an environment of education. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you. Really great to be here. I will echo as a closeout comment and call to action what everybody said, right? We're still very early. So to really appreciate that and to be encouraging to one another in the ecosystem, right? To appreciate the efforts that everybody's doing and really to start populating the metaverse. We have made, this is on our roadmap as we launch our platform this year to this first quarter actually, to enable the full circle ecosystem, right? Marketplace, no code studio, publish, deploy, create, monetize, metaverses in the browser, really the missing part. So the tools are here, right? The platform's here, but where's the populations, right? Where's the people in the world? So I would invite everybody to get your virtual world going, host an event, invite us, invite others. Right, because if we face it, besides a few meetups here and there, we have not yet moved to the 3D world, right? And that's what Ozone's been driving for, make it really easy and powerful for all of us to meet there. So that will be my call to action to everybody. Spend some time in the metaverse.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you all. I'll just say that we all have a voice, and all of us here that are here live or who can hear us later. If you can hear us, then you too have a voice, and it can be heard, and it should. I invite you to echo it for those who don't have access, so that we can extend the access, so that we can all have a voice. And as we do have a voice, let's elect to choose ourselves, to apply ourselves to what matters, rather than elect others to think for us. With that, I thank you all. I know this gather will be very well. It was great for me so far. I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. May our gather be well.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
An honor. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Luis. Thank you very much for having me here again, GatherVerses. It's a great second edition. I looked at the program. It's huge. Yeah, really fantastic to be here. I'm going to present you with a quick exploration of potential behavioral changes that hopefully will shed some light on, well, opportunities, and at the same time also some challenges that the metaverse will bring to us as users, and overall to the user experience as a whole. And well, again, hopefully it will be useful for you. But mind you, we're not talking about something that is that new. We're talking about something that has happened throughout history. So technology has always been one of the major drivers of change in humanity's history. So this is not anything new. What's new maybe is the fact that we're having more and more technologies, more and more disruption at a faster pace, and these technologies are converging, right? So it's this convergence that has been like creating this vision of the metaverse, this interconnected, interoperable digital layer that is applied directly, well, throughout our physical world, connects physical world with the virtual worlds, with augmented reality filters, with screens, and allows for a ton of new services to become available to all of us. So yeah, it's something that is not going to happen overnight. But at the same time, on our path through that, we can already envision some changes on the user side, starting, for instance, with places. So the way that we enjoy places. Right now, we go throughout or down a street and we pretty much see the same old buildings, right? So the availability or the possibility of having augmented reality filters that apply digital content on top of the physical buildings or the physical world is not just a fact that we can like see one experience. We can see like an experience, different experience every day. So we can go through the same physical place, but see different experiences every day, which is great for gamification and for tourism purposes. Let's say it like that. But besides that, mind you, these experiences might not be created by a brand. They might be even created by ourselves. So the ability for users to use spaces and to curate these spaces, and then afterwards to share these spaces, these curated spaces with other users, I think it's going to be a huge transformation in the role of the users on our pathway into the metaverse. So clearly, as in VR, and right now you have like so many VR worlds being born like every day that we don't keep track, because unfortunately we're still not in an interoperable metaverse for that to happen. But and even so, but the issue is that we will also see that happening in augmented reality, and that is, well, will be truly impactful also for our perception, yes, and for the memories that we're building. Same thing with objects. Like it's not just the fact that we'll get used to seeing or to touching and interacting with objects that we cannot feel, although of course there will be haptics, and you can know a bit more about haptics and what's happening in that realm by visiting the Internet of Senses Institute, internetofsenses.com. But the fact is, we'll be handling these objects in a very clear way, in a very straightforward way, right? Like seamless, very seamless, biologically seamless. I think that's the best expression. So yeah, this is really, really important. But at the same time, the way that we'll like do gestures and talk and interact with these objects will like only make sense for people that are aware of the context where we're in, right? So if we're talking, or someone else from the outside is looking at what we're doing but doesn't know of the context that we're in, most probably what will happen is pretty much the same thing that happens when you see someone like talking or laughing on the phone. You just don't know what's happening, right? So I'm guessing that feeling of those bubbles are going to grow. At the same time, the fact and our interaction with each other is also going to provoke a ton of behavioral changes. One of them being, of course, the possibility of us identifying other users. Like, for instance, if I'm in a VR world, I'm going to identify people through their avatar, or maybe a tag. But then again, the tag is, well, not the best way, most probably. So that's why it's so important for identity sovereignty and for interoperability to be in place in the metaverse. Because again, we are going to build memories with avatars. This is really important for us to be aware of. It's not like if we are in world and right now you have that, we will start seeing that. But the issue is still we kind of, well, we start like separating, because at the same time these avatars belong to that world. But again, we will be able also to see some digital representations of people being projected in augmented reality with avatars also. So again, new memories are going to be created of our experience with other people. And of course, all of these experiences that we're going to have, namely in VR, are going to be also curated, right? Another huge part of our experience in the metaverse, and that which will also ultimately change our ability to interact, is the availability of digital beings. So digital beings are always there. They are 24/7. So most probably you've already like interacted with some of these services, like Siri, Alexa, and again, we will have the possibility to interact with them, not just as assistants, which they already are and can be much more, but also as the providers of many services. So think of them also as the menus, the next level of menus of the internet. So again, all of these digital beings will also be part of our memories. And I keep on talking about the memories because, again, these memories are part of us, right? And I also referred that, well, we're always talking also about curated experiences. Now, you should be aware that the metaverse is all about data, right? So we're talking about devices, objects, cities, places, behavioral data. Everything is being gathered, and everything can be used to help curate, to help edit your experience, right? So the key thing that I really wanted to share with you is that it's really important for us, with all these behavioral changes, to think about where our shared public space is going to go, where our shared memories are going to go. So if I do not see what the other is doing, if I'm not aware of how he is perceiving the space, how he is witnessing an event, because he curates what's around him. So well, his understanding of the world is going to be very, very different from mine, right? So that, of course, has an impact in tolerance. It has an impact also in, well, discussing matters. Well, it's really important to think a bit about that. So I just like to share that this last message, that physical is not digital, but these worlds are more and more real. So, and this is really important to keep aware, or to be aware, that reality at this point is not exclusively physical, and there are several digital worlds where right now we already have memories from. And yeah, well, again, thank you very much for this time. I think I went over time, but still, I just like to leave you here with yeah, the book. It's called Metaverse. You are more than welcome to go and read it. I'd love to hear your comments. And yeah, we also explore a bit about these behavioral changes in there, alongside with, well, a ton of other stuff. So again, thank you very much to you all for this. Hope I've been useful, and may your gather be well.
You are on a typical day off. You might start with a relaxing breakfast at home. You might want to go shopping. You might want to go to a cafe, meet some friends, then go to a concert, then close the night out in a pub. Are you changing your appearance throughout that? Are you changing your hair? Are you changing your clothes with every shop that you enter? Do you really think about how your ethnicity, for example, matches your appearance? Probably not. So in the current metaverse, this is not really a given that we can express ourselves how we want to express ourselves. Unlocking the true potential of the metaverse rests to a large extent on its promise of interoperability, meaning that we can move ourselves and our digital assets seamlessly across different virtual environments based on common technical and design standards without the need to create multiple avatars. At the moment, you have to create a different avatar for every experience that you enter. You create one avatar for Roblox, for example, you create another avatar for VR chat or for Horizon Worlds. So in that sense, there is no sense of continuity of yourself. Identity is made up of our core self, which is constant over time, which is basically the steady component in our lives. And on the other hand, it's made up of a changing identity that is shaped by sociocultural connotations, by our roles, by our beliefs. It can change over time. How we express our identity really affects our authenticity and in that sense, our personal well-being. The core self, for example, is tied to persistent identifiers, such as your voice or biometric features or a gait, even how you walk. And this right now is not reflected in the metaverse. Maybe the common denominator that we have there is our voice, but gait or biometric features, it is only starting to emerge in the metaverse. Wedding rings, tattoos, it's just not there. You buy it for one platform, you have to buy it for another one. You have to constantly pay money to achieve this feeling of authenticity. We don't have a core self in the metaverse. Interoperability has the potential to actually create more accessibility, to create better diversity, better inclusion in the metaverse. Right now, it's not there, and there is a risk that this has the potential to threaten engagement in the metaverse among people. It also runs the risk that we deepen the digital divide for people. So in that sense, people who are already coming from disadvantaged backgrounds, they might not be able to engage in the same way, say, as more privileged people, people who are marginalized groups. They might not feel that they can express themselves just because the options that they can create their avatars with are very limited, or because on a different platform, they have different options, they cannot express themselves, they feel different, they look different, and they feel then discombobulated. Coming up with the right governance framework for interoperability standards that are inclusive is really crucial, and a crucial next step to achieve more accessibility in the metaverse, more diversity and more inclusion. In that sense, it's personal, it matters to us, and we should all work together to co-develop and collaborate on these governance frameworks, on features, design standards that will enable this future.
Namaste, everyone. It is a joy, an honor, and a privilege to be gathered here and now with such a vibrant community. We are blessed with each other's presence, our home. The ancient sages of the Andes knew that life was created with 4 songs. The alphabet of creation has 4 letters, and if you become familiar with these 4 letters, you can create works of art shining with beauty and sophistication. The physicists have identified 4 fundamental forces in the universe, and the biologists have realized that the poetry of life is written with only 4 letters, the letters of the DNA. The ancient shamans understood that if you dance with the energy animating these 4 letters, you can bring reality into being. You can sing, vocalize, chant, express, energize the universe into being. How much beauty can we create with all the letters of the alphabet? And how many prompts will it take for us to weave together a new reality into being? Can AI technology empower our duty of questioning the core values and the foundations of our journey of transformation? The age of AI marks a new stage in our hero's journey towards breaking free from limitations and giving ourselves permission to be empowered to forge our own path and create a new story for ourselves, for the planet, and all its ecosystems fearlessly. Using AI invites us to recalibrate the focus on our story, the storytelling, but most importantly on the storyteller. As we take charge of our words and narratives, we'll have to ask ourselves, how do we want to show up in the world? What kind of leaders are we aspiring to be? Prompting reality into being feeds the ongoing process of dematerialization of reality and offers the human community an unprecedented opportunity to drift in a regenerative morphic resonance, reconnect with the universal disidentified version of ourselves, and replace the core identity misinterpretations of our species with the core truths of our identity as creators. We are holographic figments of a supreme consciousness. The more we emphasize the energetics of our existence, the closer we get to one another and to pulsating in unison as a oneness waveform. The more we trust and remember our core truths and express our oneness, the stronger the power of our words to manifest new realities into being. Exponential technologies can connect us with the versions of us that live in the realm of infinite possibilities, with our ancestral data stream where our power of creation is not limited by the friction inherent in the transformative act of doing. With AI, we can transform energy into bits without friction. The more we depolarize doing and being, or achieve a healthy pendulation between the two, the closer we will get to equating creating to being, hence bringing our focus on the essence. Reality is who we will choose to evolve to be. Shifting from the art of doing to the art of being calls for extreme sophistication in tapping into our inner resources, befriending our subconscious and re-encoding the languages of our minds. The evolution of AI reminds us of our duty to emphasize the inner journey that leads to the act of creation, and therefore the strategicness of our psycho-emotional well-being. Technologies mirror who we are within. Owning our human experience as creators entails living at the level of frequency and in a heart space where we are free from the tyranny of the limbic system and find thoughts and words that mirror the transformation our hearts are desiring. We might be flying with broken wings, though. While we evolve such potent technologies, the pandemic of disconnection, only exacerbated by recent events, has created a plethora of unmet needs and dysregulation in our communities and ecosystems. Unconventional challenges call for unconventional tools, reintegrating intentionality, empowerment, resonance, coherence, and alignment in our societal tissue is quintessential in order to create resources to support ourselves in embodying the power and undertaking the responsibilities that come with designing the boundaries of our new creative adventure. Our Phoenix Act is going inwards to meet with our future selves. The way forward is inwards. In the era of sentient AI, our propensity to dive deep into our hemisphere and state shift will be our unique superpower and our ultimate tool for transformation. Learning to trust our inner reality, we can surrender to a heart-centric selflessness and togetherness, and co-create realities for personal and transpersonal well-being in alignment with Mother Nature and the divine wholeness, and so dream a new life into being. I sublimate exponential technologies, neuroscience, ancestral wisdom, and radical expression into shared biodigital, art therapeutic, holistic tools, rich with synesthetic stimuli to increase sensory awareness, regulate our nervous systems, elicit shifts that inspire human connection, and promote abundant physical, mental, and emotional well-being to empower us to embody versions of reality in which we are attuned with the shaman within and the sacredness of our life ceremonies. I tag such tools as metadatics or metaverse psychedelics, in the sense that they bring the process of ancestral plant medicine into virtual spaces, allowing anyone to access its benefits. These virtual realities and experiences use neuroaesthetic stimuli to create strong alterations in perception and help participants experience enhanced states and a sense of interconnectedness. I designed the 2020 and 2021 Burning Man virtual temple experiences to address the emotional and sensory disconnection exacerbated by the pandemic. And if I had to choose an AI prompt back then to create such experiences, I would have used this. Create the luminous temple immersive journey as a perceptual environment eliciting an intersubjective self-transcendent experience mirroring the transformative hero's journey that we live on entheogens through our somas, our bodies, our temples. And make the virtual temple into a digital twin of the inner self, a metaphor of our inner landscape, rich with ancestral data that is accessible through shamanic journey, meditation, chakra alignment, and shadow work, in order for the participants to be able to reconnect with the ineffable. In the virtual ceremony journey, allow participants to co-create art through their emotional expression and transform their words into colors and sounds. Immerse participants in beta, theta, and training soundscapes imbued with icaros and rhythms of the rainforest in order to foster alignment, coherence, and resonance. And create the atmosphere for the participants to be able to call in the powers of the medicine wheel and through their chakras realign energetically with the power that comes from befriending their shadows and co-creating through their radical expression. Then turn each emotion voiced in the hemisphere into a pixel and color-code it to match the internal aura of the emotion expressed. And then add it to their live mandala mosaic, a generative art piece representing divine consciousness. Allow the cathartic flames to activate the vibrations and sounds of the pixels' colors in order to create a symphony reconnecting humans with their divine origins. It is my wish that you begin or continue to envision and live your lives as a ceremony of reconnection with the self, with others, and with the supreme consciousness, and as a journey of co-creation of realities that reflect the shining perfection that thrives within us. Because we are the technology we're trying to replicate.
Years, there's been a lot of discussion about ownership in Web3. So there was an initial boom in 2020, and then since 2022, we've had what a lot of people are calling a crypto winter. And really, when it comes to ownership, researchers can think of it in two different ways. So firstly, there's the concept of ownership and responsibilities that come with owning property, but also in the psychological sense, to different feelings that people have, whether that's for a person, a thing. It can really be for material or immaterial objects. So whether it's your workplace or a friend or an idea, any of those things, you could all feel a sense of ownership toward. Web3 is actually going to impact both senses. In the sense of property and the legal component, there's fractionalized ownership in NFTs, for example. So someone might own an NFT, but they might not necessarily own the copyright or the intellectual property that relates to that. And then also ownership is going to be impacted in the proprietary feeling sense in Web3. So we know already from existing research that people can feel a sense of ownership for material and immaterial objects. So obviously that extends to things like digital assets and virtual goods. So both of those are going to be affected again. So there are definitely a number of different narratives around the new ownership models in Web3. To a lot of people, this just represents more financialization, and some people have even drawn comparisons with 17th century Holland and tulip mania. But for a lot of other people, this actually represents increasing democratization and disintermediation as well. There's been new survey data that's come out of the US, and that's looked at different generational differences, for example, in how people think about these things. So millennials and people belonging to Gen Z were found to be much more likely to engage in digital alternative investing platforms, or to have already invested on one of these platforms, than, for example, Gen Xers and Boomers, who tend to be more affluent. So any organisation that's thinking of creating new models of ownership in Web3 should really think closely about the human motivations that are drawing people in. That's going to be really important to understand. Done well, this could lead to positive feedback loops and mutual benefit and real utility. But if it's done poorly, there could be misalignment or disenfranchisement. For example, if people are seeking a sense of affiliation, then they're probably going to be put off by ownership offerings that seem overly transactional or opportunistic in nature.
Hello, hello, hello. Let's let everybody get in. I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wow, we've got a full house. I love how they all just pop in like this. This is wonderful. So I am Grant McGaw. I'm the CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the Follow the Brand podcast and TV show. Today, we are going to talk with industry experts who are at the intersection of technology, disability, and accessibility. We will discuss the potential to greatly improve the lives of individuals around the world in a number of ways. We will explore assistive technology that will help people with disabilities perform daily activities that may be challenging for them. We will talk about communication technology to access information and knowledge, social inclusion technology, which can also help to reduce social isolation for people with disabilities by providing opportunities for them to connect with others and participate in social activities. The intersection of technology, accessibility, and disabilities can lead to a more inclusive and equitable society where everyone has the opportunity to participate fully and achieve their goals. However, it is important to ensure that technology is designed with accessibility in mind from the outset, and that people with disabilities are involved in the development and implementation of these technologies. So let's introduce our panelists. Who we got here? Oh, we got a lot of good people. We're going to start from and go to my right. I'd like for you to introduce yourself and to state your passion or what is it that you solve with your skill set. So Dulce, I'd like to start with you.
Hey, so I'm Dulce Berga, technologist who builds avatars and builds worlds. Been spending the last 3 or 4 years now building virtual spaces and avatars for clients and different events. Made a virtual chess game on WebXR, and I'm currently building out sets of avatars for several different metaversal spaces. I attended the MIT hackathon this past January, and Marcus was on my team, and we won. And it was very centered around accessibility for people who have been disenfranchised and utilizing technology to help them do that.
Excellent. Well, since you called him out, we'll go to Marcus. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that nice segue, Dulce. So I'm Marcus Anderson. I'm a cyborg anthropologist, and basically what that discusses is the interconnections between humans and technology, and it really creates this discourse that breaks down those boundaries. So to say, as we are creating technology, technology is also creating us, and so being mindful of the prompts and the inputs that are going into building hardware and software. I think it's important to have multiple amounts of voices when it comes to actually the creation of what the future looks like. And so through that, yes, we've been working hard and diligently to create these different on-ramps when it comes to the unhoused, helping them to actually visualize, conceptualize their dream home, and then we'll be able to use those tools to actually make that vision a reality.
Oh man, that's wonderful work. Wonderful work. How about Giselle?
Take myself off of mute there. Hi everyone, Giselle Mota. I do a lot of different things. So if you see me out in the world, you'll see that I'm the Chief of Product Inclusion at ADP. But for this call today, I have a personal project that's called Nifty Collective. And basically I just continue my love for inclusion and my passion for people with disabilities. I myself am dyslexic. I talk a lot about neurodiversity and how do we bring into digital representation, but also extended reality and mixed reality. Like, how do we bring disability inclusion, representation, and accessibility into things like AR, VR, gaming of all different types? So our project right now, we got invited to create a game on the sandbox in the metaverse with our avatars and characters that represent people from all around the world with disabilities and differences, visual differences. So we have people with, our avatars have vitiligo, they have their, we have an acid attack victim from India, a woman, and we try to represent everything that we can. And we're trying to really normalize that disabilities and visual differences and even neurodiversities, they're all part of who we are. And we should have the choice to represent that even in our digital identities.
I completely agree. Thank you for sharing. How about Dr. Ed?
Hey, thank you very much, Grant. My name is Dr. Ed, and I'm just a geek kid who was shown forgiveness by his grade 7 French teacher. I needed this forgiveness because I was caught cheating in school. You see, I also had undiagnosed ADHD, probably dyslexia as well, and I kept falling further and further behind in school. And I thought I was dumb. So cheating was the only way that I would make it through school. But when my French teacher, instead of suspending me and telling my parents about what I did, Mr. Bélanger said, you know, I know Ed's struggling, but he's creative, so it's going to be okay. I'm going to give him opportunities to share this creativity within his class. And that's been my focus throughout all the way up to my PhD. And right now with AI parenting, I'm focused on how can we make the learning of the fundamentals behind the metaverse a little bit more accessible. So here we're getting kids to build like little robots and things with wood, toys that they can take home, so that it becomes not just a video that you watch, but something that you can hold in your hand, because the aspect of robotics is very important for the next phase.
Awesome. I'm loving this panel already. I'm gonna go all the way down to the bottom on my screen. And so that is Shakar Oz.
Oz is fine. Oz is fine.
Oz is fine. I will go with that.
My name is too complicated. My first name is. Well, I have been for the last 15 years, I guess. Since I started working, I have been wrapped around with two big, let's say, areas or hats. One is the technology, the emergent one. Either it's video games. I started as a video game designer, developer, and then augmented reality came out, and then there was virtual reality, and then there was 3D sensors and depth sensors, etc., and AI, machine learning, compute. And on the other side, I have a big hat, a lot of activity in education. Until today, I'm still teaching young. I'm working very closely with teachers, either with students or with teachers, in parallel to all my work. And to respond to your question, the very good question about motivation, I think that the motivation that drives me is to make people smile and happy. I think that the point is that we must realize in the end that we are here for limited time, whether we come back here or not, another life, but we are here for a limited time. And what drives me is that the fact that we just have to be a big happy community and spend our time here well, and make sure that it will stay alive also for the future. That's my my motivation.
You are most modest. I saw some of your work that you do, and I couldn't believe the work that you did with an individual with disabilities. And they were playing a guitar like in air. And
Yes.
it's beautiful. It made me smile. It made me feel happy. It made me feel connected. And for that person who, through technology, were able to actually have that interaction. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I really connect to what Ed was saying, and also what Giselle was saying. I am also, I think we are three now here. Maybe there will be also, I don't know, we will see. But I also had this kind of unidentified ADHD. Eventually, I was identified because of a teacher that told me, listen, you cannot fail that test. Obviously, you are a good student, so just go to do this test. And eventually, they found it out. But in any case, the point is that accessibility is close to my heart as well. Yes, it's a big area, but okay, we will speak about this later.
Awesome. And then we got Barik. I know he's a big speaker, so we're going to save him for last. So hit us with it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. Barik Rifki here from Djibouti, that tiny country in East Africa. I'm a ranking member in the public administration. My main mission is to get technology accessible for all. May it be via the public sector, by implementing laws, or working NGOs, or working with the NGOs. So helping them to create and to innovate by that, helping gather the best minds actually, and try to foster what we can call that shift that we are going through technology these days, and coming from an African country that has beautiful infrastructures when it comes to telecoms. So I'm here to bring a new perspective coming from government admin, and I'm not that hot. Like I didn't create, I haven't created anything that exciting as Dr. Ed and us, but we'll try to keep up with you guys.
No, it's about that's why we have a well-rounded panel. We want to have good discussion. And our audience that's out there that's listening, we want you to chime in. We want you to go into the chats, send your thoughts out there. Let's have an interactive discussion. We're going to have a discussion, right? We're going to talk about some things. Because, when I think about things and I think about disability, and I remember, I'm a little older maybe than a couple of people here, but I remember that a lot of legislation had to happen just to have, the same access to a building. We were building things and designing things without even thinking about other people that might be a challenging type of design if you build it. So we had to become more conscious, and I think that's what we're talking about now. So this is gonna be an open discussion. I want you to chime in. I use the term barbershop discussion. You see beauty shop discussion as well. Open forum. We're gonna have some discussion. I want you to chime in with your passion, because that's what's going to get the audience involved, and we're going to really have some scintillating conversation that can get some things done. So the first question is about accessibility and technology for all people, regardless of ability. How would you approach that?
I think were you reaching out to any particular person, Grant? All right, I'll start. I'll get the ball rolling here. So I think that something I even try to tell people to change their mentality when it comes to accessibility and the products is that, yes, we are designing for all, but we're also designing for the some, and you can do both at the same time. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. And we don't often realize how many products we use on a daily basis that started by maybe focusing on an individual group of people, right? So Siri, we might use, again, with me, I love to get information from speech to text. I don't really like reading that much. And reading comprehension was a struggle for me in school, Dr. Ed. So, I also felt that way growing up. But, any kind of tool like that actually started with people with disabilities in mind, people who weren't able to use their keyboard to text with their hands and fingers. And so today we use it commonly. So I think if we start to design spaces like extended reality, the metaverse, all these different types of conversations that we're having, if we start to design it with the some in mind, we will design for all. Eventually it will become commonplace. Everyone will like to use it in that manner. And so I think we just need to normalize it a little bit.
I think we're also missing a key component to society in general is the infrastructure around enabling accessibility and giving it to people who aren't able to go to certain places or participate in certain things because the infrastructure is not set in place for them to have that accessibility. And that really starts with us as technologists figuring out how we take the technologies that we're building and filter that into everything around society. And what does that mean? I mean, if we're building out spatialized existences and spatialized experiences, we need to come up with systems that can handle the hardware, can handle the software, can handle the people. And then what does that look like? If we're walking around with virtual reality glasses on or augmented reality glasses on, and we're shifting back and forth between real life and this virtual space, how is that set up for us? And how is it including everybody in that configuration? What is the haptic experience like? What is the tracking experience like? What are the guardians like? How do they interact with somebody who can't necessarily hear or can't see or have limited mobility? What does that all mean moving forward? And I think that's where we really need to start.
If I can add on top of what Dulce just said, I think that the infrastructure is absolutely very important, and it's important to understand like AI is basically it controls what you see on the internet and controls attention, and it's a type of power that exists there. And so I do feel like it's super important for us to be aware of the underlying infrastructure that is the AI systems that are doing a lot of the controls. And the other thing I would add is, like, when we talk about accessibility for all people, I think we also need to recognize the 44% of people in the metaverse who are from China. They don't speak English as like their natural language. I think there are many people who are advocates for this space, but I do think unless we really consider the different languages as another point of accessibility, we're going to have difficulty connecting. We're going to be more divided. We're going to be less connected.
Interesting. You like that?
Yeah, but I wanted to add something about this, because if we go with the mindset, of creating new applications, new services, etc., when it comes to metaverse, I think that many of you will be okay with me will agree with me with the fact that let's think about what are the solutions that we are bringing to these communities that are. I'm not talking about Europe. I'm not talking about the US. I'm not talking about Japan and all these, developed country. But as you said in the question, this is accessibility for everyone. Being in a third world country today is a handicap for a majority of people that can actually use the metaverse, AI, VR, etc., etc. So I think that we have to go with the mindset of what are the solutions that we are bringing to these communities to actually build on it, and then give them or create solutions as a whole for them to have these connections, or this connectivity, or these applications. Just to build upon what Dulce and Dr.
Now, without question, the thing about sometimes we take things for granted. I live in the U.S. I live in Miami, Florida, so you always have an always-on type of infrastructure. Whether it's electricity or whatever, you're just used to that. Not understanding in other parts of the world, that is not the case. And what does that really look like? Because as we go back to the original question, we talk about design, we talk about accessibility, and we realize even right now, there's a lot of people that don't even have accessibility to current physical and digital realities. And then I want to pivot just a little bit, because I did this just before we jumped on. I said, well, you know what? I'm not sure how to pronounce some of the names. I'm going to go into this app and say, hey, tell me how to pronounce a name. And some of the name, they said, we can't help you. We don't know that name. We don't know how to pronounce it. It's not in the database. I'm sure in your respective countries, it's not that unique. However, it's not there. It's missing. So you have a whole missing symphony of sound and light and meaning and consciousness and whatnot that is normalized in other parts of the world, but then not to who are the designers and the creators of the platforms. So my question is this: how do we promote social inclusion and accessibility for marginalized communities?
Yeah, maybe I can jump in there. A lot of the work that I do really focuses on relationships, right? What is my relationship to myself? What is my relationship to the community? And what is my relationship to the planet? And I think, through this relationship building, we start to build what is called kinship. Now, kinship is kind of the action of being in relation to something. So it's really about going out and understanding your user, right? Understanding who is going to be involved with your technology. From a design wise, I think it's really important to keep accessibility in mind from the beginning, from the conception of the development process, right? And I think through that, you get additional developers having the ability to test these products with a diverse group of users to really identify and fix the accessibility issues. And I think even from a policy perspective, I think governments should have this piece where they set an accessibility standard and regulations that these things are integrated into the process of these products and services from the onset. And then more importantly, I think it's about conducting user research and really getting an intimate human-centered design approach to who you're actually building for, and creating that language around your products and services that fit a wide range of users.
I would add another point. When we start designing a product from user experience design, I am let's say my big chunk of history. If you ask me who I am professionally, I would say user experience design, even though I do a lot more. But from user experience design, the first question is, who is the person? Who is the user that you want to design for? And as the others said also before, even if I so one of the projects that I showed Grant before is that even a project that we did for a specific child or a specific person in a wheelchair or a specific person, whoever that was, that we solved one of his problems. Once we found a solution for one person, it doesn't mean that the solution is only for one person. There are several other people. I don't know how many, but the institute knows, and they were able to kind of spread around the solution, whatever that was, whether it's an interface for a computer, whether it's a video game because the guy wanted to play a little bit, whether it's whatever it was that he needed at the time. And the idea was that whatever you do, you allow someone to do something he couldn't do before. And even if it's only for that one person, which in accessibility, you really have to understand the specific situation of that person. Even in this case, it's still something that you can scale up later. And to say one last thing before your second idea, in video games, every time you select a character, normally we know, as video game designers, we know that normally you would select not a character that is like you, like your personality. Most of the times you select someone that is the opposite of you, or someone that has something that you don't. Just in order to try something or to experience something else, or to try to explore personalities. And this is also some type of accessibility, because you are able to explore something. And I would say that this is some kind of when we talk about the metaverse and having one avatar for yourself in many areas, it actually contradicts a bit this kind of principle. But we can talk about this also later. But in a way, the accessibility or exploration of different products, I think this is an important point for the future. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'd like to add, I just was at CES in January, and I actually felt like I saw the byproduct of the last probably like 6 or 7 years of diversity inclusion in technology. Like, I actually saw the byproduct of what that was at the CES, and there was a lot more technology that was inclusive. There was more technology that was around accessibility, utilizing robots to help people with different types of disability issues. The biggest winner was a device to help women who shake or have limited mobility in their hands to put lipstick on. I mean, just something very simple like that. And that was the big winner at CES, where it stabilized the handle so the woman could actually put lipstick on her lips and feel pretty. I mean, simple things like that to really focus on accessibility, I think, is very important. And it's the opposite effect of what was happening like maybe 20 years ago when cameras started to roll out and it couldn't see dark skin. It was only seeing light skin. Well, so we've had the last 10 years of really opening up our labs to different types of people with different types of needs and issues. And I started to see that unfold at CES, and that was pretty encouraging. And another thing that I think is really encouraging, like on a society level, I mean, we just had the Super Bowl, and while Rihanna was performing, there was an American Sign Language performer who just like stole the show from everybody, and and she went viral. And that was very exciting for me to see, because to me, I think American Sign Language should be the gesturing that we use in spaces, in these spaces, and with the technology. It should be what the gestures that we should be adopting as what we use to communicate with AI and with the cameras and the hardware and such that's sensing us and tracking us. And then that will really open up the world to everybody. I mean, if everybody knew how to do American Sign Language, I mean, that would just be pretty amazing. The world would be a lot quieter. It'd be nicer.
Interoperability, because we have so many languages.
If I can add,
yeah, go ahead.
Like when it comes to promotion, I feel like if we go back to, like, say, the 1950s, 1960s, this isn't one that got like popular opinion. Like, it didn't sway popular opinion. It was basically family associations, the advocacy of those small family associations over a long period of time that ended up like developing and validating the practices for children with disabilities and their families in schools. And then it was years and years later, like 15 years later, that we have, like this turned into a law of any sort. So I see like a lot of the public advocacy right now is going to be small groups of parents. But when you start realizing that, this type of ableism is pretty systemic, and it every equity seeking group is kind of impacted in the same way, you start to realize that they are not the minority. In fact, they are the majority. And so these voices become bigger and bigger. And then eventually we get to the point where they'll say, like, we've got over, about 4 million students in 1976 that were, in the school age, and they were being served by like these disability acts. So I think that it's important to recognize that every person who is impacted has a family, and they have others that are with them. And so the advocacy is much, much bigger, but it starts with like those strongest advocates. I think Marquez was referring to kinship, like you find those people, you find your people, and then that kind of gets things going, especially in this case.
Yeah, speaking of advocacy, I'm thinking when you say that, so many different groups like behind the scenes are coming together, making these associations to help impact what we normally see, such as the Grammys, such as some of these NFL games, such as like, et cetera. And behind the scenes, there's these groups of people who are now advising. I know that for the Grammys this year, there was this group of people that were, Lachi is a woman who's a blind musician. She's a Black woman, she's a musician and doing amazing things. She sits on this board for artists and musicians, and she helps to kind of navigate disability inclusion for the Grammys. So there's a lot of work still to be done, but when we start to see certain things, like when we're looking at these public events and we're seeing that, yes, there's like, I believe that it was a few events recently where we had some sign language interpretation, where we had all these different things. It's because behind the scenes, people are gathering and advising and pushing. And one of the things I'm trying to do as well, and I'm sure everyone here is in their capacity, I heard Barik as well kind of mention from his angle, is trying to get in front of the people who are creating and investing tons of money into technology platforms. So I got in front of Ericsson. I've spoken in front of many different technology platforms, and all these people who are investing and saying, but we need to think about accessibility. We need to think about disability inclusion. It must be ingrained in your design process, because it didn't start that way, but we need to catch up. So I think voices like that and all these other people, it's very important towards that advocacy.
Man, I want to hear from Barik back. We have a question that came, or a statement that came from the audience from Africa, saying, if progress is to be realized, in underdeveloped nations, gatekeeping and gatekeepers need to step down. Do you agree or disagree with that? That's for you.
Yeah. Gatekeeping and gatekeepers need to step down. I have a hard time understanding what that means. I really can't answer that. If somebody can help and explain what gatekeeping and gatekeepers mean.
It means people who think that there's a certain way to do things, and if you deviate out of that certain way of doing things, then you're doing it all wrong. And they have to tell, and they tell you, oh, you're doing it completely wrong. It's got to be done this way. And that's usually people who think that they know what, you know, yeah.
Well, the thing is, coming from an African or an underdeveloped nation is, it's true that in government we like to think that we know everything and this is how things should be done, and we do get in touch with experts, international experts, and etc. and what have you, to actually implement actions into territories or implement new ideas, etc. But the social reality actually is fighting for, this is not how we can accept these things. I'm not talking about technology here. I'm talking, in a general way. It's true that I will not go as further as saying step down, but it's today in the governments that we have, and I'm talking about mine. We have youngsters, we have young people actually working in places that we can actually pull everyone in a way, and then let them think by themselves, let them do stuff by themselves. This is why I said at the beginning, I am working with implementing laws, but I'm also working with NGOs to actually help them create, help them innovate, to help the community. You see? So I think that if we have this balance, we need that balance with understanding what the social reality is and understanding how we can all work together to actually implement whatever we need to implement. And as I said, in Africa or in underdeveloped countries as a whole, it's nothing can work if there is no solution. Like let's remind ourselves about how the mobile penetration came, how mobile phone actually exploded in Africa. It was because of the mobile banking. It's because it's a solution for everyone, and the penetration today is maybe, if I'm not wrong, we're going to 85 to 86% of penetration into the whole continent. So what are the solutions? The gatekeepers will still try to fight, but there is a shift. There is a shift now going into the governments, into the parliaments, into, people are understanding that youngsters, communities, NGOs, these are the ones that we can rely on to actually drive whatever change need to be done.
Man, I love this discussion. We're getting.
Can I offer a counterpoint? Like on the opposite side?
Hold one second. We'll give you a minute because we got questions. I see them all coming in. But now, go ahead. Let me hear what your insight is, Dr. Ed.
Okay, so when I was advocating for school councils, one of the superintendents told me, like, we don't talk to those people. Those are the enemy. And I've kind of realized over time that essentially when we are doing that, like we say, like these gatekeepers or other people are like people that need to step down. It also says that we're not going to listen to them. It says that, their voice isn't really that important. And my feeling is these are the kinds of things that tend to limit our creativity. And they are the things that prevent us from seeing the possibilities that will help all people. And so my emphasis is don't limit your creativity and recognize, like, if we can build this up so that it becomes the more diverse the teams, especially at the decision-making table, the more ideas we have at the table, the more solutions that we can come up with. If we force ourselves into this hole of it's only people who are like me and I will only listen to those types of people, then we have all sorts of problems. You're going to be excluding all sorts of people in your decision making. And so it is very important to keep that open mind. Don't limit your creativity in order to get over those barriers. So it's a hard thing to do because you don't want to listen to people. We're very polarized, like where AI has made us very like one side or the other. But it is really, if you listen to each side, there's a lot of things that are very common between them. And I'm a huge advocate for there's common ground. Let's find it.
Well, you also got to remember that a lot of our society is built on bureaucracy, and it's built on processes that people have set in place that they don't want to let go, and it benefits them or it benefits their people only. And it's detrimental to everybody else. I mean, look at climate change. We're suffering from bureaucracy and climate change right now. And that's a lot of gatekeeping in itself, right? You know, we have new things that we want to do and we're not implementing them because it's going to hurt the pocket of somebody who has been living off of that process for generations, right? And one of the things that was very important to our MIT project, Marcus and my MIT project, was to instill the idea of being nomadic in this country. This country was a nomadic country to start, and we came in and we settled it and we paved it and we made it, you know, a huge bureaucracy of sorts. And it doesn't really serve us anymore. It never really did serve us. It only served the government so they could keep track of us, and only served a certain portion of society who had the means to, you know, get estates and generational wealth and whatnot. But the average person, this system isn't necessarily tailored for them. So with our project of creating tiny homes and communities that encourage nomadic living, encourage the moving around the country, to follow the migration, to follow the weather. I think that right there in itself is a simple thing, but it completely goes against everything that this country's been established on, and what it means to be an American, and what it means to own something and to have, you know, your stake in the ground with your flag. So yeah, you know, we gotta think about things a little bit differently nowadays.
I'm gonna chime in right now because this is so good. We're having a great discussion because we're talking about society, we're talking about social engineering, right? And what does that look like? We have to understand, if we want to call it that, but from the last 10 years, the decade, how we've been social engineered through social media, and that you've got certain players in place that have really benefited a lot from gaining our data and understanding our behaviors and that type of thing. So it's explosive. To Barek's point, what he said, it's about adoption. This was such a huge adoption with mobile technology, and it just blew up. No one anticipated that. You know, MySpace was around for a long time before Facebook, but why now? What happened? Well, there's other technologies that kind of helped to kind of foster that growth. We're now at a different point, and we're at a point now that this newer technology is a game changer because it's shaping finance, it's shaping the technology, it's changing society. Here we are in this group setting right now, and we're located all over the globe. So we're having much more engaged conversations that we would never have had, let's say, even 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. We would not have come together the way that we are to discuss these things, because the power is in the people. The people can shape the technology if they become more active, be proactive. This is what we're looking at Web3. Why people like Web3? Yeah, it's on a blockchain. There's some tech to it, but the ownership aspect of it, the thing that Dulce just talked about, like, wow, it's a game changer. I can change how the game is being played. So you're going to get polarization with that, because that's just some, there's going to be losers and winners in how this thing is going to move forward. Not to lose why we're talking about right now, because you talked about housing. Let's talk about some of these other things that technology can shape and change the way that we live in a complete society. When it comes to transportation, it comes to independent living, it comes to all these things about language that you talked about. All these barriers that are between us can now be sunset. Who would like to chime in on that conversation?
Yeah, I was gonna say that that what we're talking about kind of like breaking the rules and starting explode this thing and start over again. You know, even within what we talked about, user experience and design, even UX itself. If you talk to any UX designer, they're going to say that they have a set of standards that they're supposed to go by, and they almost fight by that thing. They're like, no, we have to design this certain way, and these are the principles, and they get very particular about that world. I work with UX designers every day, so it's like I think that it's even challenging what we've learned. It's challenging what does normal look like. Do you, to Dulce's point, like, do you have to, live this certain way to say that that's what success looks like? No, you can migrate, you can live in different places, which then opens up the concept of us considering others. Consider the migration that exists around this world and the refugee crisis that is all around this world. And what about those people? And then it goes back to how do we give access to those people to have certain technology at their hands? How do we? So it's such a beautiful ecosystem what we're talking about today. But I think it requires us to really intentionally break patterns, break rules. And I would encourage anyone who's out here listening that's trying to do any project, whether that's if you're adopting chat gpt, if you're creating metaverses, if you're creating avatars, extended reality, this is the moment right now to really blow it up, to be rebellious, to break the rules, to do something with inclusion in mind, to really break it, because this is the inception of something new, and we can really change that.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in real quick. I think when we think about technology, I think that is a great point, Giselle. But when we think about technology, um, sometimes we get ahead of ourselves and we kind of think that it's all technology is always forward, right? And the way that I like to look at it is that there's a lot of indigenous practices that actually approach technology in a way that we need to get back to, right? And when it comes to community building, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to self-actualization, even. And I think, from humans' first kind of perspective of putting that first wall up, right, to protect us from the elements, we've been building in that manner of like what can actually like box us in. If you look at our homes, there are boxes and rectangles, but how about we get back into this more natural symbiotic relationship with the planet, right? And I think through that aspect of understanding that we are part of this larger organism, we will start to create these technologies that are actually in alignment with that. And I go to say there's this gentleman, James Edwards, he's a professor who actually created this position paper called Indigenous Protocol in Artificial Intelligence. And he created these workshops with a lot of indigenous people from the Polynesian islands. And he asked these practitioners, what is the way that you guys would create hardware and software? And basically what they said is we would take the same considerations that as if we were creating a sweat lodge, if we were creating a ritual, if we were creating something that needed deep consideration that would have effects for generations to come. And I think if we start to get back into this mind frame of saying that technology is a tool that we can actually utilize, but it's really humans that need the upgrade in the operating system in order to create those technologies that we need. And I think practically what that looks like is create open sourced technologies, right? Where people from all different types of diverse backgrounds can start to build on those frameworks. Like if you look at Chat GPT, it's something that anybody could use. You could put it in an API, and then ultimately, it's standardized to where how you want to utilize that technology. So all I'm saying is that getting back to those indigenous practices of how we relate to things and the relationships that we create, I think could be really beneficial for the future.
Lovely statement. We're getting so much interaction in our chat. I mean, everybody's tuning in. It's like, wow, you guys are really onto something here as we move forward, because this is a good discussion to have. I want to bring something up that I found interesting. And I was looking at Dr. Ed and what he does. He's a vice president, customer engagement, privacy officer, but he says, I'm a parent and I'm deeply concerned how we're going to make education relevant for careers that don't even exist today. I want you to elaborate on what you're talking about there.
Sure. There's been a few of us that have talked about generative AI, such as ChatGPT. And I think that the key here is, I think a lot of people like see this and we've been here in Alberta, we've been talking a lot about commodities like the oil and gas price. And right now we're kind of in a tech slump. And what happens with commodities is like programming, for example, is becoming a commodity. So what happens when tech is down, everybody gets fired at the same time. Everybody's looking for a job at the same time. And the same thing is happening in other fields. So it could be writing or graphic design. Everything becomes a commodity. And so in those cases, you really have to ask the question of what are you going to do that's going to maintain that difference over a long period of time? And right now in our society, we have over half of our Gen Zs who are working, they are freelancing. They're using platforms like Fiverr or Upwork. And in those kind of cases, your boss is not another human being. Your boss is an AI, right? The AI determines what type of opportunities will be available to you. It determines who bubbles up to the top. So you better know that AI because you are going to be at a severe disadvantage compared to people who do not. The thing I often add is that in China, for example, they're teaching AI in kindergarten all the way up to grade 12. There's a curriculum. By the time these kids graduate from school, they're already going to be world experts on AI. And AI is just power. It's just power who controls attention on the internet. It's the power to control whether or not you succeed or you don't succeed. So you must know this. And I used to think that when I went to school, if you want to learn like technology and AI, you need to go and study math and science. But when I went into industry, I realized that no, I should have paid more attention in social studies. I should have taken a history lesson or two because AI is power. It is power to determine who gets what, where, when, and how, especially on the internet. And so know this power. It's not about learning code. You may never write a line of code in your life, but you will use AI every time you do a search, every time you watch a video or a post, and when you apply for a job on LinkedIn. So these are the kinds of things that I feel like, especially for kids, I don't know what kind of jobs are going to be out there, but I do know you better know AI. You better know that base infrastructure if you want to be successful. So that's kind of my emphasis.
That's beautiful. I mean, what you stated there is a reality. This is a huge game changer. No other technology has been adopted so quickly like generative AI, audio AI. It is a absolute game changer. It's changing careers. It's changing business rapidly. And then there's a lot of about faces. As you see, Google's even laying out. They're like, whoa, big Google, who's now under government scrutiny about being a monopoly. Like, whoa, wait a minute, I just lost $100 billion in stock just because of one technology, but has a good use case. It's a good use case. I see Barack over there. I won't call him Barack. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name a little wrong. I want you to chime in on this because you speak a lot about blockchain. You speak a lot about the digital economy. You see what's the change. What do you see that's happening now with AI on the scene?
Well, what we see is, as I said earlier, like this is a big shift. But here, Christopher actually said what need to be said is we have to remove ourselves from hype cycle expressions. The humans always adapt, and when it comes to the digital economy, as you said, like 100 billion lost from Google, but they will recover. They will recover. Why? Because the technology is well expanding. They have their base. They have the how do you call it? They have the technology behind it. They are still working on it. Yeah, they don't want to actually. I mean, we all heard that. Yeah, it was a red alert in Google, and they are actually running around now because Bing and Microsoft did it before them, etc., etc. You cannot believe this because you know that they are a big player here, and as we're talking about the governments and let the people work and etc., etc. There is a monopoly, and this monopoly we will not lose it. The monopoly is here. These people are still here, and they will only expand from here. You cannot lose, and this is a prediction. We cannot. I mean, the world will not lose the GAFAM as we know them, and they will expand from here. They will only expand from here.
This is interesting. I see Dr. Oz. I'm calling you Dr. Oz. You're shaking your head. What's on your mind?
Because I totally agree with Barik about this. That Google's fall when Google fell. When I heard about the 100 billion deficit, I told myself, okay, now I have to buy a stock, because it's come on guys, it's Google. I mean, at the end of the day, they have the people. Yes, they had a mistake, but they still have the technology. They will still recover, and I do agree with this point. So for me, it was like okay, I should find $1,000 to buy, but I don't. So I don't have it, so it's fine. But anyway, to wrap before, I had to say something about Giselle's note before about being normal and normalization and all this discussion. I think this is a nice point here, because being standard or being normal, it's something that I connect again to video games, but I think maybe it's quite interesting, this little hooks about video games as well. But the idea of being normal doesn't exist. So in a video game, because you are taking another person or another role of another character that is not you, and this is kind of and as a being this, I don't like to say disabled, but being a person with a different abilities, let's say, or with a different kind of skill set. It's something particular. This is what you have that is extra. So someone that doesn't speak, okay, so they will be able to do something else better. Someone that doesn't see, they will be able to do something else better. And this is something that we have to remember. And the same goes for, by the way, for third world countries. I would say that people that live in a third world country have something that we don't have. Something, maybe the community, sense of community, maybe the sense of family, maybe whatever that is they have. I believe that they have something that we don't have. And I think that this being able to, so I think one of our challenges is also to be able to take it all in without destroying our strength, let's say, to gather everybody, but without destroying our foundations that we already have.
I think that's a powerful statement you just made. I'm always reminded, we had this discussion, I was going over in my mind, and I was thinking about the movie Avatar, and I just remembered how, this person was a disabled Marine, and then he got transported into a whole new body, and then a whole new culture that he ended up adopting because it was an enablement for him. And I think that's something, as we get ready to close, that what we're building together, what we're looking at together, us here, that we are game changers. We can change the lives of so many people. I loved your description of someone just being able to put lipstick on. Something as simple as that, or to be able to conceptualize a home when you're homeless. I mean, that's beautiful. When you can have someone who's blind that can actually play a guitar, man, I mean, your vision, I mean, what you guys are doing is beautiful. It makes our world a much more inclusive place because we're actually paying attention to our people in our society, and we're helping them. We're not just putting tech out there to put tech out there. Here's a whole new way of getting your energy, your data, your money from you. No, let's try to help our society become better. That's the point. I see Dr. Ed up there just smiling away. We got 4 minutes.
Can I make
Yeah,
a
if
point?
I can add. Zach, what I wanted to add was that I think that the community actually already supports, like the metaverse already well supports individuals with disabilities. And if I look at like even the job market, for example, in in China. There are many people who are pushed out of the workforce in China who are able to make a living even as a disabled worker by helping to do tagging and creating information systems online. And I think it's important to recognize that these individuals have a lot to contribute. They're not just we're doing this as a type of charity. It's they are more reflective about the type of work that they do. They're more thoughtful when it comes to the organization. They're more organized than many individuals in a regular workforce. They have unique skills that we need to leverage more, and we need to treat them as an important resource, not just this charity work that we're doing for people. It's not that. It's they actually have something to contribute. It's just that it's hard to because they don't have the able body, but they have very able minds. And I think we are missing out on a lot of the resource that exists if we don't take advantage of their very able minds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Dulce, you like to chime in?
Oh, I just wanted to say that I think we really have to start with, or really take a deep look at our education system and know that it is still rooted in the 20th century of creating workers to work in factories or to work assembly line jobs. And we're not that anymore. We have moved completely away from that. And we're now to the point where AI is going to start making our art for us too. So, even if we want to be creative and not be an assembly line worker and we want to be a rock star, that's no longer a true career path either. And thinking about how we educate our future generations with this technology, with AI, I get excited to see Dr. Ed's AI parenting, because one of my passionate things is I eventually would like to make AI babies that grow up with human babies and become companions with them and guide them for the rest of their lives, and then convert into being a digital representation of them after they pass. I think that's the future. We're going to be heading in that direction, and we need to start training our new generations to think in that way and to understand that these AI tools are just that, tools to prompt and manifest things instantly. It's the idea of the singularity where you think it and you manifest it in your hands instantly. We're heading in that direction. So it's about training a new generation to think and feel that way, I think.
Man, we got 1 minute. Giselle, everybody will get 1 minute. Everybody will get 1 minute. Go right ahead.
I just been extremely inspired by everyone today on the panel. I hope that everyone listening will follow everyone's projects and that we can inspire people to think differently, like what Dulce just said.
Excellent. Excellent. Marquise.
Yeah, I just like to say, looking to the future, I think we need to also look to the past, right? And I think we also need to open up our ideas and our minds to understanding developing countries, right? Or countries that are about to make a leapfrog with this technology, because the way that they integrate with the earth and the way that they are able to understand kind of the broader principles of how technology works. I mean, if we talk about technology, the earth is 4.5 billion years of iteration over and over to create these relationships that create this consciousness that we're here right now. So add that layer of modern technology onto that. I think we can start to build some really amazing future society. So opening up that aspect of involving a diverse language and perspective, I think is going to be really important.
Awesome. Oz, you like to give some final thoughts?
I will just say a sentence: stay happy, make people around you happy, and take care of them. That's first of all. Let's take care of our community, and then see what goes after.
Thank you. And all the way in Djibouti, we got.
Yes, thank you, Oz, because this will be actually a great segue for what I will say. I have read before a comment say, let the people and the communities freely express themselves. Well, when you come with, I'm still talking on the government perspective here, guys. We have a country with 68 to 70% of the population working in the public sector. So we are opening now. And we are pushing for the private sector, and we are pushing communities. So the government actually needs and to accompany them. You see, so that was the last thing I wanted to say. And thank you, guys. And it's a real honor to be with you.
No, thank you, everybody. This panel has been wonderful. One thing I'll leave everybody with: remember, your imagination is what powers the universe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christopher. Goodbye. Take care.
We can't hear you. Can you hear me, by the way? Okay. That's not...
I don't know. Is it? You hear me now? Lovely. All right. It's not a conference without a glitch, right? So welcome everybody, Meltem, Omkar, Omino, and Barry, and we had one or two other guests. Maybe they'll join us shortly. I'm not sure. Welcome one and all. And before we start, I want to say a huge thank you to the GatherVerse community for the honor of hosting this panel, and to you as guests for joining us. I'm really excited about the conversation we're about to have and where it goes and where it takes us. And I've hugely been enjoying the other talks just now. I was listening to the AI conversation. I'm going to pick up on that in just a moment. So here we are. And the title of our panel is, I'm just going to bring this up, is The Battle for the Classroom. Sounds rather ominous. Sounds like there's dark clouds gathering and we have to win the war like in Lord of the Rings or something like that. I'm just going to set the frame a little bit and we're going to jump straight in. I wanted to reframe the conversation a little bit. The battle for the classroom. Yeah, I suppose with all the disruption going on, it can seem like a battle, but I really want to focus on the opportunities in the classrooms, because I believe there really are some. There's the famous Chinese saying that every crisis is also an opportunity. So I want to focus a little bit on that today. And then the other thing I wanted to pull out on the title was, let me just see, it says about a panel on technology and education. So technology is very, very, very broad. For me, technology starts with a pencil and a piece of paper. That's technology, right up to artificial intelligence. So I want to steer our conversation a little bit towards the more emerging reality technologies, XR, AI, but still also the internet. I think the internet is new enough for more than half of the planet, right? People here on this panel, I imagine we have good access, good internet, good broadband. Most of the people on this planet do not have that. A lot of people don't have clean drinking water. And so we have to remember that spectrum of technology. And when we're talking about new technologies, we have to remember that the internet still hasn't arrived for most people on the planet. So let's keep that in mind. And then the last word I want to pull up is the classroom. So the title is The Battle for the Classroom. By that, I mean, learning again is a spectrum. Learning takes place everywhere. But I think we should concentrate on formal education. And I want to pick up just briefly on what Dulce Baerga said about remembering that our current educational paradigm is still a paradigm of the 20th century. And that now we are entering the territory where we're ready for a paradigm shift. So we're going to get into all of that good stuff. One other thing I want to throw into this mix, I've got a challenge for you guys. I hope you're up for this. What I'd like to do is I'm going to do some quick fire rounds. So I'm going to challenge you to be really short to start with, and I'm going to make some notes, and then I'm going to come back round and dig in a little bit deeper, if that's okay. So here we go. I'm going to give you each 1 minute on the following question, give you a moment to think about it. So what's the greatest opportunity right now in the classroom when we're talking about these new emerging reality technologies? What's the greatest opportunity in the classroom right now, as you see it, when we're talking about technology? And I'm going to give you a minute. And when the minute's up, I'm going to thank you visually like this so that you know the time's up. We're going to go to the next one. We're going to quick fire round, and then I'll come back round and dig in a little bit deeper with that. You all up for this? Excellent. So we're going to start with Meltem. I know I've put you on the spot, but Meltem, what's the greatest opportunity for you?
Well, technology, technology with this industrial revolution periods, starting with the 1.0, 2.0,
3 and today with 4.0, there is a kind of industrial revolution, and in parallel, there is an education 4.0 period now we are in. So this means that there are many technologies, like immersive technologies, we call them today, virtual reality, augmented reality, AI, chat GPTs, many technologies, okay, we have. So technology is evolving, okay, every day we start a day with a new kind of technological, let's say, development. There are piles and piles of web tools, many tools to be used, but they are to be used, we are saying. So technology is there. Okay, we have an audience. They are called Z generation today. This Z generation are typically, they are very different from the earlier generations. I am one of the researchers also. I'm working on this Z generation. Also, we have Z generation in our homes, so we know them very well, their characteristics. Sorry, Daniel, I can hear you.
Back into the, oh, thank you very much. I'm going to come back into that. So we've got Education 4.0 and Generation Z. Going to come back into that. Meltem, thank you very much.
Okay.
Omkar, over to you. 1 minute. What is the biggest opportunity for you?
Thank you, Daniel, and it's great to be on this panel. I think the biggest opportunity with the technology of today in the classrooms of today is to transform the classrooms of today into classrooms of tomorrow. And this can be done by transforming classrooms into interactive exhibitions or into science labs, where maybe science labs are not available due to lack of equipment, lack of material, lack of infrastructure, lack of trained personnel. And I think technology like mixed reality, artificial intelligence can change all of that for billions of people around the world. And I think, as someone who comes from a science background, I think building that scientific mindset is the only way to sort of create this domino effect of creating more technology that can transform education even more exponentially as we go deeper into these spaces. So I would say that's the biggest opportunity. Maybe that's
Fantastic.
Within a minute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're perfectly on time. Thank you so much. Excellent. Well done. Thank you. I wasn't sure whether the mic was working. Excellent. Thank you. I've made some notes about that. Scientific mindset and transforming the classroom into of tomorrow by using exhibitions. We'll get into that good stuff. Omino, what's the greatest opportunity from your perspective in the classroom with these new technologies? Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Daniel. I think to me it's personalized learning. It's really the best way to really think about this is that we can really cater to each individual learner's ability to learn, and the teacher and the educator will be able to personalize it exactly to the mood, to the methodology that actually sinks in the best and fits them exactly as they are, rather than asking them to be something else or trying to copycat what may or may not be relevant to them. I think it's completely about personalization.
Fantastic. You finished earlier. Nice and succinct. I love it. Thank you, Omino. I've got personalized learning. It's really nice and succinct. And we've got Dr. B joining us as well. I'll be right with you, Dr. B. We're doing a quick fire round. I'm going to come to Barry and back to you, Dr. B. So thank you for that. We've got some great contributions so far. We're going to dig in a little bit deeper in a moment. Barry, what is the greatest opportunity as you see it for the classroom with regards to emerging reality technologies?
Thank you, Daniel, and good evening from Dublin, Ireland. It's a real pleasure and privilege to be here and speak with everyone this evening. I think this is a huge opportunity to look at existing educational environments and digital twin them, and digital twinning of these very important structures offers learners from other regions the opportunity to take part in learning that might be happening in the other side of the world. So with immersive technology such as VR, I think we already have that. And I think to some degree, we as educators are scrambling to catch up with it and figure out how we can be educators on these platforms and connect to an increasingly digitalized young people, generation of young people, but also looking and examining historically overlooked and excluded learners, and seeing how we can include them into into these conversations.
Excellent, Barry. Thank you very much. I've got some great notes there. Just making a final note. And Dr. B, you missed the beginning, but I'll catch you up. What I'm doing is I'm getting just a minute from each of you on what you think is the greatest opportunity for technology in the classroom, and specifically the newer types of technologies. And then I'm going to come back around and dig in. And I hope also you're listening to each other. So having heard those 1 minute short sound bites, you can pick up on your own threads and we can have a nice conversation there. So Dr. B, you have a minute. What is the greatest opportunity as you see it for emerging reality technologies in the classroom?
The greatest opportunity as I see it is the opportunity to transform the way that we educate in the first place. Number one, to transform the way we think about education. It doesn't have to be a battle for the classroom. We can simply transform the energy of the classroom. It's about us becoming the change that we want to see, essentially, and really getting people to look deep within. The word university and education is very deep, actually. It goes back to the individual. And I think instead of creating learning environments that are cookie cutter, we can start creating environments that are specific to the learner. And that is one of the things that even AI technology brings us to. So we have an opportunity to grow and transform.
Fantastic. That from my own heart, Dr. B. We at Educators in VR have a community of several thousand educators from around the world who are sharing, collaborating, and out all together. So feel free to join the community over there as well. Quick fire round, greatest opportunities, and I'm going to give you a moment just to process what you've heard and maybe prepare some comments about that. I'm going to dig a little bit deeper in a moment. But Dr. B, I agree. You missed this, but I had actually read a conversation in the classroom to what is the opportunity in the classroom. So we're speaking the same language there. Back in 2019, I was invited to a conference in Amsterdam to speak on education. Oh, people dropping out. Is that just... the title of the presentation I gave was Perfect Storm, Education of Perfect Storm in the Classroom. My argument was, back in 2019, when virtual reality and 5G and AI, when they all collide, all that and can you still hear me okay now? Are we all back?
Daniel, we cannot hear you.
We couldn't get the last words of you. Only now I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't hear anybody else either. Is it better now?
Now it is better for me.
Now it's better. Okay, well, we had a break just at the right time. To recap, I gave a talk in 2019 in Amsterdam called The Perfect Storm in the Classroom, talking about how this was in 2019, and I was saying that when virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and 5G, when they all collide, we'll have a perfect storm. And here we are, beginning 2023, and yeah, it's very choppy in the classrooms now. So I want to pick up on what some of you said, and I'm going to I might jump around a little bit. So I started with Melton. I'm going to give you a little bit longer to expand on what you were saying about generationally and education 4.0. And just before you start, Meltem, I do want to again point out that yes, we have Generation Z and Education 4.0, but again, some areas in the UK and in Europe and in the US, in developed continents, let's say, don't have 4.0. They still have Education 2.0 or 1.0. So it's a spectrum. But over to you, Meltem.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Not every country can have these opportunities to reach this 4.0 technologies, let's say, these immersive technologies. But this doesn't change the fact that the new generation is new generations. They are Z generation. And most of them are, you know, they were born into a world of technology. This smartphone technology, at least, they have in their hands, and it changed their world completely. So these generation students are very different. I mean, they want to learn actively. Okay, they want to be fully adapted into the learning process. They want to work on projects that will prepare them for life. They want to, they like to be, you know, were using these technological tools as much as they could at their disposal, let's say. So these students are somehow different. They are called digital natives, you know. They are digital natives. We are digital immigrants. We are somehow had a kind of technological, use these technologies somehow in our daily lives, in our businesses. Okay, but these kids, let's say these Z generation individuals, they were born into this technological world, and they can use it much better than us. And somehow they want to be all exposed to these technologies in their education when they are learning as well. Is it the end of my time, or can I go on? I want to be use it very
No, that's okay. Thank you for that. So they want the technology.
Yes,
I'm gonna thank you for that, Meltem. Yeah, thank you.
Because they are digital natives.
Do you?
Yeah.
Digital natives. Yeah.
Yeah.
Over to you, do you agree with Meltem? They want the technology, therefore they should have it. And if you want to respond to that briefly, and then expand on your own points as well.
I think I would wholeheartedly agree with Meltem on this topic. Gen Z, of course, has grown up with this kind of technology. I'm going to take it one step forward, and I'm going to add that Gen Alpha, the next generation, these people have grown up with even more technology. Like they were using tablets and mobile devices before they were speaking. So I think that probably is the biggest paradigm shift in how humans transmit knowledge, right? I think if humans have started to transmit knowledge via digital devices before being able to speak, as has been the traditional way for millions of, I don't know, tens of thousands of years, I think that marks a very big shift. And I think we don't maybe pay attention to it as much, that if that's how Gen Z and Gen Alpha more specifically are growing up, what does it mean for how we teach them and how they are to build for the generation beta, whatever else comes next? And I think that's, and to sort of double down on what Meltem added, that they want this. They do want this. Like I've spoken to so many people who are like 13 to 15 now. And these folks, they're sleeping in the classroom because the classroom is not using the tools and methods that attracts them and engages them. The classroom today is losing in the attention economy. Like we can't control it, unfortunately. And today's generation is bombarded with a lot of things. It is a large responsibility and a large shift that educators have, to make in order to sort of be able to at least compete in the attention economy of today. And that's where technology comes in, right? And it doesn't have to be this or that. It can be, augmenting the older methods that have worked well, but sort of supercharging them, like adding superpowers to educators and the education methods that have worked well. That's how I would see the amalgamation of these two words.
Yeah, thank you, Omkar. Thank you, Omkar. I was just going to ask whether we, as educators, we need to keep the balance between embracing the new and navigating the new, whilst bringing with us of the old and the original.
For sure.
Dr. B, you're raising your hand.
Yes, I'm raising my hand.
I missed that. Say again, sorry.
I said, yes, I'm raising my
Yeah.
hand.
Over to you, Dr. B.
As an educator, I've educated adult learners. Can you hear me okay? Is my signal good? Okay, good. As an educator,
yep,
I've educated adult learners for, oh my goodness, over a decade. And I feel like, yes, we are losing an opportunity, of course, in educating the new generation coming up, and we definitely need to do that. Yet I feel we fail, and this is what I meant by transforming the way that we educate. We fail when we miss out on our older generation, and we don't bring them forward, and we don't bring them into the new technology because we don't feel like they have anything to offer to it. And this is very problematic. It's very problematic that we would leave our older generation behind as well. And we need to go back. I know we're always concerned with moving forward and doing all these things, but how many of us are actually using the technology, and how many of us have our own NFTs, and how many of us are active within the Web3 space, and how many of us are actually teaching 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds how to use this technology and embracing them? It's important that we do both.
Yeah.
You know, we need to bridge the gap in education. There is no bridge.
Very good point, Dr. B. Yeah, it's again, it's a spectrum of what level of access you have. And in preparation for this talk, actually, I was thinking how wonderful it is to have such a gathering of different voices in GatherVerse. But I was going to shout out to Christopher Lafayette, if you're listening, could we maybe have a panel where we invite youth, like proper young people, you know, maybe accompanied by educators, but have a panel of very young people and have a contribution. And then also, I'm sure we could find some really wise elders who maybe are only just coming to this technology. I know my mentor, Tom Furness, he's neck deep into this technology at 80 years old. But I'm talking about people maybe who just have an outside perspective on it. So, Chris, if you're listening, a youth panel and an elders panel. All right, on you personalized learning. Could you please expand on that? What's the opportunity there?
Thanks for that, Daniel. I think the opportunity with personalized learning really is what we were talking about, Generation Alpha and Generation Z, and how they're experiencing content just in general around them. As a father of two girls, one in Generation Alpha and one in Generation Z, I can tell you that whatever the school is trying to teach them, they can pretty much search it on their own, on the internet, through their devices. And it's personalized. Their search is basically personalizing it for them. And, you know, we're so shocked by ChatGPT, and really very few people saw this coming. But realistically, this is an optimized search that allows you to, you know, now get some indications and some notes based on that search. It's optimized personalized learning. That's basically what it is. And what Dr. B was saying is that doesn't end in an age group and doesn't start in another one. How do we get this, and how early can we go? I think Generation Alpha and Generation Z are leading the way. Melton pointed to that. I think what I'm saying here, it's a lot about access. You know, we can talk about devices, but until this becomes something ubiquitous, something that many can have access to, and you know, a lot of experience working with the World Bank and in Rwanda and in Ethiopia, and seeing how actually first version of the mobile phone, just purely text messaging, is enabling. It's extremely empowering to see what the opportunity really is. But I think we need to really sort of think about holistically what does education, what type of educations that these type of new learners need, and how do we create a bridge for them? And what are the challenges in between? What do they actually need? I think those are the points that we really need to consider more. And once we've sort of solved that, I think personalizing it becomes a lot more easier. Go ahead.
Thank you, Omino. My question is, though, can we keep up? So if we put our heads together now and decide, our working group, let's try and figure out what our learners need. 6 months, 12 months down the line, has it shifted again? A little bit, to me, it feels like that. I mean, to some degree, there are aspects of learning that don't change. If I was head of curriculum, meditation would be number one on mine, because that doesn't change, like personal engagement. But in terms of jobs of the future, we don't know what the jobs of the future are going to be. How can we decide now about what to teach when we don't know what our kids are going to need? My son, he's 14, he's online schooling. I almost don't know what to do. I mean, sure, we're still going to 20 years, but it's a tricky one. I don't want to hog too much time, because I want to come to Barry, and we'll maybe we'll come back to it. You talk about digital remote access and excluded learners. You want to expand on the use of digital twins a little bit, please?
Sure. Thank you, Daniel. I suppose one fact that kind of jumps out at the page at me at the minute is the fact that Roblox, for example, has almost 60 million daily users. And most of those users are young people, probably between 9 years of age and 13. All right. So I would say that they maybe have accounts of 200 million, and that's just one platform. And it reminds me of, I suppose, a vision in many ways over the last 10 to 15 years working in education here in Ireland and being a digital artist myself. I was starting to see the disconnect of young people in schools who were starting to kind of look to digital spaces to connect, to play, to create. And traditional school systems, through no fault of their own, were choosing to just shut it down. It's not where we go. It's not good for you. You just need to stop it. And the vision really I had and I still go back to it, would be traditional educators standing at a train platform and a huge freight train going past slowly, with each kind of carriage representing a platform that young people are gravitating towards. And I suppose we're at the stage really collectively as educators, whether we jump on the last remaining kind of carriages or we stay on the platform and let it sail off into the desert, and we lose what we have built over the decades of connecting with young people. So I think it's important. I think, young people are already there basically, and it's more about us kind of looking at where they are and us adjusting how we connect with them, be it hybrid, be it fully digital, be it in person with some digital incorporated. But there seems to be a growing need for a fundamental shift in how we learn and how we teach and how we connect with people going forward.
Thanks, Barry. While I was listening to you there, I was thinking so typically educators are a little bit learners, except I was an adult educator as well, Dr. BH, right? But with Gen Z and Gen Alpha, the educators are a little bit older. How soon are the new educators going to be Gen Z educators who did grow up with this? And so that they're entering the job and they're the university with the mindset of, yeah, I grew up with a mobile phone. I grew up with an AI device. Will we ever catch up again like that? Or will the next generation always be 2 or 3 steps ahead, with the educators not having grown up with the same mindset, always trying to catch up? What do you think, Omka?
I think there are quite a few people from Gen Z who are in the teaching sector right now, who are very technologically friendly and are comfortable with using this tech-enabled method. At the same time, I know people who are, I don't want to sound ageist on a live panel, but let's say people who are not from Gen Z and maybe from a different, from an older generation, some of them are also technologically friendly and savvy. And I think it's a question of really being in touch with the people that you're teaching. Like, what has changed in their realities that was not in your reality? I think that sort of that reach out is what is required. I think often educators, it becomes hard for them to sort of make that connection because they're so engrossed in their subject. It often it comes in the way very often, because once you know something, the curse of knowledge kicks in, right? Like, now you can never unknow it anymore. And I think that's something that is crucial to also think about.
Right.
So in short, I would say that it's important to take the educators as a part of this transformation.
I missed the last of that because of audio. Can you say that again, Omkar? Just the last phrase,
Sure,
please?
sure. I just said that I think as a part of this transformation, it is important to take the educators with as well as the students and the learners.
Yes. Okay. Right. Do you think it's going to be a requirement for educators? Like, when I applied for a job in the day, I needed to know Excel and Word, and I needed to have an email back in the day when I was applying for a job. Will a job requirement as an educator now include needing to know certain platforms or technologies to even get the job? Meltem?
Well, I was about to say, we are talking about the technologies, but we shouldn't also forget the pedagogy. Pedagogy also very, very important. I mean, if we can, technology are just tools to help us to teach these kids or these Zijan individuals, let's say students, to improve their skills of creativity, critical thinking, problem solving. Okay, these kinds of skills, higher order thinking skills, these tools are there. Technology is there to help us. But which methodology comes first? Because if you don't follow, methodology is the road you take to reach your goal, and on that road, the technology is the car or the machine, yes, you use to reach that goal. Okay, so your methodology, your way of teaching, which techniques, strategies, methods you are going to apply are much more important. Even you have a very simple technology today, if you use the right methodology, you can have a very effective way of teaching. I just wanted to add this. There's a kind of debate going for decades in the field of edtech, education technology, Clark and Cosma debate. This explains us what I mean here. Cosma supports technology. Clark says methodology. If you please have a look at that debate. So it explains, Clark explains what I tell it now very in a very effective way. So I say that as an edtech person, methodology comes prior to technology. I just wanted to add this. I think disconnected again. I hope you heard of me. Okay.
Thank you for that. I hope everyone else. Pedagogy is critical. I agree with you there. I think Dr. B has to say, and then I'm going to come to Omino. Dr. B, over to you.
Yes, I agree with everything that's been said. Spot on. Of course, we need the technology. We need to know the pedagogy. We need the methodology. But before we do all of that, we still need to understand the learner. I've always said, in order to teach anyone anything, you have to reach them first. Who are these people? What are they going to need? What's going to bring them the most value? How do we bring them the most value? You know, of course, educators, yes, we constantly need education and we need hands-on education as educators. Yet we need to really understand the people that we're teaching first. You can't teach anyone until you reach them, until you really know what they need and what brings them value. So,
can I add more something to Dr. B?
Thank you, Dr. B.
Can I add something
Please.
more? In educational, in instructional design, okay, we have EDI model. It starts with analysis. First, we analyze the learners. Who are these people? What they expect, what they need, what are their entry-level skills, how they come to us. Then we design and develop the environment. We choose the right methodology for them, and we take the technological tool there. It is an immersive technology, let's say very simple technology. And what we do, we implement and evaluate. This is education. And then we assess students. This is all about instructional design and education. So you see, first, as Dr. B said, we analyze target people. It is very important. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you,
I remember.
Madam.
Thank you so much for that, because it's true. I just to feedback, just quick. I remember when I was teaching a group of adult learners and I had all of my resources and all of my skills, and yet these people were actually from the hood. They were from disadvantaged areas where they were dodging bullets and they were hurt. So sometimes we have to identify people's pain points. We have to identify what's the problem, what's the issue that people are having, and how can education make a difference? That's what I mean by transforming the way that we educate.
Absolutely agree with you. My experience working with migrant workers and refugees, English is a foreign language. Some good people would come into my classroom and a glaze over their eyes, and I knew I wasn't going to be teaching them English. So my main aim was just to let them know that I see them, that they're safe, they're part of my community, and that in time, when they're ready, we can learn English. So absolutely reaching the person's safety first, inclusion first. But I did want to pick up on Omino, because you were saying about personalized learning, and I know that there's a big drive to use artificial intelligence to help with personalized learning, with helping along the journey. Can that help with people who've been traumatized because of having to flee their country? Are we at that stage?
That's actually really interesting that you say that, Daniel. One of the projects that we're currently working with is with UNHCR. We're trying to connect refugee children with host countries and sort of pre-educate them before they come into the host country. What are their expectations? How do we actually meet them at their own level of learning? And this is currently specifically focused on the Ukrainian refugees coming into Poland and then being designated to different host countries. So I think that there is a lot of opportunities. I think kind of understanding the learners, exactly as Dr. B and Melton was saying, is extremely important. But it's also identifying how do we do it at that scale. And I think this is one of the biggest pivots that we have had. This is where the technology is the enabler. And I think this is where we can actually do something that we couldn't have done before. I feel a lot of the education and a lot of the patterns, or if you think about it as noise versus signals, have existed. I don't necessarily think a lot has changed. What has changed is the delivery format and the scale of it. And because it's happening at such a fast rate, it's really difficult to sort of gather momentum and say, okay, now as humanity, we are going to do this. And then really critically go behind it and put force behind it. And I think that's kind of what's needed. And, these large organizations such as UN, some of these larger NGOs, I really felt like figuring out a way to empower them and empowering educators on the ground level to actually be able to identify and connect these different dots to then be able to personalize learning at that scale makes a lot of sense. And I think that should be a lot of our focus as educators and people in this focus.
Thank you, Arno. Thank you for that. That brings me to Barry, because Barry, you were talking about digital twins, talking about was just talking about pre-educating people about where they're about to go. Digital twins might be able to play a role in that, but I want to expand on the concept of digital twins, because you said something interesting, that by creating digital twins, you can give people access to a level of experience of that who may never be able to get there otherwise. So I know in virtual reality, I've researched Hong Kong. I've never been there. I've visited certain. I've seen the Martin Luther King memorial site. There's places in virtual reality that I don't think I ever will. Not that I couldn't, but expensive. Too many things to choose from. Do you, that kind of digital twinning differently since this conversation now, and also with a view to maybe refugees or migrants or people transitioning? Is that being used? Is that what you have in mind? Or
there's a few layers. Thank you, Daniel. There's a few layers to that really, and one would be, I suppose, I spoke a little about how to connect with traditionally overlooked learners, those who would maybe live in an area or a region that just wouldn't have a connection to a physical educational space. Young people or learners who would have a physical disability that would prevent them getting to an actual building, for example, as well. In addition to those learners who just have an anxiety or an additional challenge that would prevent them from getting to an education classroom, college, whatever that might be. I think this is where the idea of digital twinning combined with collaboration, where a number of educators who are the top of their games, but from different countries, they could be joining forces and offering this content to digital classrooms. I think that's where it becomes really, really exciting. In addition to that, the idea of digital twins, would be looking at young people, their skills at the moment, where they're going, what they need to be educating themselves in for the future, and have them build their own virtual classroom. So we as educators, we would be the visitors to that space to do our job, and they would have full. They would be the ones opening the door to us, and I think that's kind of what I'm seeing as something that we should start talking and looking at as something that we should be offering, where young people are the creators of the learning space. And what does that look like? Something tells me it mightn't be a classroom.
I love that. Well, right. So if you give a bunch of the child the classroom of your dreams, how many of them will choose walls versus something fractal versus something just underwater? I'm very, very interested in that. But I want to have a slightly different question. You were talking about youth, and we were talking about AI. And at this talk I gave in Amsterdam, questions, content. A lot of educators need good content for delivering with these immersive technologies or emerging technologies. And I said, I'm not worried about content for two reasons. One, artificial intelligence. And two, when the youth really get hold of this technology, when they really make it their own, but by this technology, I mean artificial intelligence and immersive technologies like virtual reality. When they grow up with it, and like my son, he's building Minecraft worlds every day a week, and it's his thing. We're going to have more content than we can shake a stick at. Now, here's the question, a very quick fire round. If you had to artificial intelligence against the youth in terms of creation, who would you bet on? Omkar, youth or AI? Who's the greater creator?
I think creation is not the hard part, it's curation. So I would say that's where the human mind comes in. I mean, generative technology has been around for years now of different sort, but which of that is noise and which of it is signal? I think that's the crucial part. And I think at this stage, humans are the ones who can make that. Even ChatGPT can be very dumb many times. So, you know, I would say still the human.
Yeah, I would agree for a fact. I would always put my money on the human, no doubt about it. I use AI technology within my courses, and yet I still have to create quality content in the first place. The human.
The human, love it. Okay, human. Anyone betting on AI more than as the greater creator in the long run? Is anyone betting on AI? No, that's good news.
I would say AI-assisted humans are going to be the greatest creators.
Humans are going to be the biggest creators. Long live humans. We have a few minutes left. And I could keep on talking for each of you about specific things. I love these subjects. Very important conversations to have. On one round and see how many contributions. How education use these, I call emerging reality technologies, to close the digital divide? How can education use, because that's an opportunity the way I see it, how can use the emerging reality technologies to close the digital divide? Over to you, Omino.
Sorry, Daniel, you were breaking up, actually. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, I'll try and say it again. I hope you can hear me. How can education use emerging reality technology to close the digital divide? As an opportunity.
Education.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll write it in the chat.
Please.
How can we use emerging technologies to close the digital divide?
Oh, okay.
Bridge the digital. Okay.
I think that there is a huge opportunity here, but the opportunity of being able to, getting technology accessible to all communities at the same level, so we're not, somehow getting one side more prepared than the other side, I think is really important. I live between New York and Copenhagen, and one thing that I'm seeing is that there is a lot of, they have a huge amount of access to computers and technologies here, and their kids are so much more connected than we are. And a lot of actually social platforms are used in a way that is really productive for the classroom. And this is something that we don't see in the States. I mean, I live, in New York most of my time, and we don't do that at all. I'm connected to several charter schools in the state, in New York City, and I can tell you, we lock everything down where there is such a huge sort of a barrier in terms of what one parts get to do and what the other parts doesn't get to do. So actually figuring out a way to make it more accessible and opening it up, I think is the biggest challenge. I don't necessarily think it's about technology in itself, because I think that already exists. It's not distributed evenly, and I think that's the biggest challenge that I see.
Yeah, thank you. We're coming up time, so 30-second last words, please, Dr. B. Unfortunately, we're at that time already, but please give me your takeaway from this, or your request for educators to consider as a takeaway.
I just say the takeaway is, how do we close the divide? By building a bridge. And we need to build a bridge in changing the way we educate.
Daniel?
Thank you so much. Meltem?
Can we close it with the John Dewey's saying, if we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow? This is...
Meltem, that's beautiful. Yes.
John Dewey is beautiful.
That's a great takeaway.
Yeah.
Omkan?
Thank you.
I think we've covered most of what I wanted to say. I've said it before that I think to build the generation of tomorrow, we have to use the methods and the tools of tomorrow today. So that's, I would say, a message to educators who are listening and seeing this cast.
Stop building. Thank you, Omkan. Barry, how about you? What's your takeaway?
I think it's listening and looking at where young people are, looking at where learners are, seeing where they're going, what they're using, collaborating, skill sharing with other educators from different regions, getting it mixed up, looking and listening to other friends and colleagues. And also, blue sky thinking, looking at big tech and seeing how they can help, pull the letter back down again. You've pulled it up, let's drop it back down. Free up the Oculus Go's, for example, and let those be recycled and reused across other regions, for example. So there's lots of ideas, but I think it's all around listening to where young people are and what they want, and collaborating and making new connections and friendships with educators across the world.
Wonderful. Thank you. Omino. Thank you, Barry. Yeah. What's your takeaway?
Yeah. Great point, Barry, by the way, everyone. I have to say that I think the biggest opportunity for us here is to build coalitions, build partnerships, and it really means everyone and every institution, not locking anyone out, and enabling every region to participate, everyone from regardless of whichever social background they come to. I think that's the biggest source of creativity, and that's where we need to focus.
Excellent. Thank you, Omino. Well, I've hugely enjoyed this panel, always too short. I think my takeaway would be to use the resource that are your learners. Your learners have this technology. They want to use it. Let them work with them, learn from the learners to learn what you need to work with them. So thank you so much for all of your contributions. Too short as always. Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for the takeaways and the thoughts and sharing, and go forth, create, be good. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning to some of you. You might still be a little bit morning out in the West Coast. Good afternoon and good night to a lot of us. We're all over the world, and I love GatherVerse for that very sake, that we are connecting all over the entire planet. I am Grant McGaw. I'm the CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow the Brand podcast and TV show. The panel today, we're going to discuss technology, humanity, and the metaverse, which involves exploring the intersection of advanced technology, the human experience, and the emerging concept of the metaverse. Technology has revolutionized how we live, work, and communicate, but it has also raised questions about its impact on human life and society. The concept of the metaverse, which refers to a virtual space that integrates differentiated forms of digital content, has gained attention as a potential new frontier for social interaction and economic activity. Exploring these topics will involve discussing the history and development of technology, including the rise of artificial intelligence, blockchain, and other disruptive technologies. It would also require examining the potential benefits and risks associated with the metaverse, including issues related to privacy, social interaction, and economic inequality. In addition, an introduction to technology, humanity, and the metaverse would need to consider the ethical and philosophical implications of these concepts, including questions related to the nature of reality, identity, and community in a world increasingly dominated by digital technology. We will discuss a broad and interdisciplinary perspective on some of the most significant and rapidly evolving areas of modern life. With that said, I want to introduce our panel. And the way I would like to introduce our panel, have them introduce themselves, is first give us their name, but talk to us about the big problem that you are solving by utilizing the metaverse as a good introduction. So with that said, I'm going to go down south of me, which is Samantha, because I believe she's got a lot of things she wants to share. Samantha, you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, Grant. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm excited to be here, especially as a curious learner myself on all things metaverse, but also to discuss the human side of the metaverse for sure. I am located in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. I'm the founder and CEO of Connect More, where we provide corporate consulting for companies during their digital transformation journey. And I'm also the creator of the Human Code. It's a unique solution that drives smarter, faster decisions with team alignment, honoring and respecting our diversity to think different but speak unified.
Awesome. I love the introduction.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to go over to the other side of yourself, right? We're going to talk to, and I know his first name is Matthew. I'm going to let him pronounce his last name, and we want to get him introduced. What big problem are you solving with the metaverse? I think you're muted. Can we unmute him? I think he's muted. Unfortunately, we'll have to get him settled out. So let's go to Ricky. Ricky, you out there? You want to introduce yourself?
Hey, great to be here. Yeah, my name is Ricky Hauk. I've been working in enterprise metaverse software for a couple of years now. My main focus is really more on the extended reality side of the metaverse, that surface experience layer, and trying to kind of break through screen fatigue. Like, how do we create more meaningful, more engaging virtual interactions with each other? That human-to-human connection is really my focus.
I love it. I love it. Great focus. Great photos. How about Hyder? Hyder, you out there?
Hi there. Good evening. Thank you for inviting me over. I'm based in Barcelona, Spain. I work for Pico. We are offering our VR headsets for enterprises, and I'm ahead of the team that overlooks Latin America, Mediterranean, and Africa. So the answer to your question, Grant, is that we are using VR to enhance knowledge transmission in a broader sense. Let's discuss it later.
Awesome. Awesome. Love that. Matthew, are you back with us? Can we hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. So I am Matthew Munyao. I'm the founder of Virtual Israel and the Africa Meta Club. And I'm also part of the founding team of Benkiko DAO, which is a Web3 company, which is a Web3 wallet, bridging Web2 and Web3 and allowing Africans to transact easily with crypto. So majorly at Virtual Israel, what we do is we offer Metaverse services. We're a Metaverse studio. And the reason I joined the Metaverse as a Metaverse studio is because we wanted to bring inclusivity, because I'm from Africa, based in Kenya. And when you visit the Metaverse, you realize that most of the cultures are represented, but Africans are a bit left behind. And so my opportunity and my goal mostly is to bring diversity in the Metaverse by introducing real world experiences, and more so real world experiences that resonate with Africans, where I come from. And so it will give us a chance to bring more people from this side of the world.
Awesome. Man, I love that thing. Great cause. That's definitely have some legs to that. I want to talk to Lisa Payton. You out there? We got to get you to get out.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I unmuted myself, but I think they put me back on mute because others were speaking. So I'm so grateful to be here and love being on the panel with all of you. I am Lisa Payton. I am a professor at the University of Oregon studying immersive media communications and technologies. And I've been in the marketing and communications industry for over 20 years. And the problem that this is, solving for me, which is what I've built the backbone of my career on, is connecting to audiences in new ways and driving meaningful connection, which is exactly what we're using technology to do today. So I'm really excited about how immersive is going to kind of help solve bringing people together in a global community and driving those meaningful connections.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm agreeing with you all the way there. We're going to go just a little bit south of you, and that's Ignacio. You like to introduce yourself?
Yes. First of all, thank you for inviting me. My name is Ignacio. I'm originally from Argentina, but I live in Miami. I'm the co-founder of Rocketar Labs. It's a Web3 studio. And what we do is we support companies and artists in the exploration of NFT and Metaverse, mainly US-based companies or artists. And we are building mainly in Meta Horizon worlds, while we did something in Roblox. But yeah, we are focusing our attention now in building in Meta. And for us, so what we are trying to achieve is we are trying to educate, because there's a big component of education and I will say like supporting companies to understand the metaverse and what they can do and how they can do it properly. So our focusing in education and then offering accessible solutions for companies who want to have their first step in the metaverse.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, very good use case. I love it. And then Salman, you like to introduce yourself?
Of course. First of all, thank you, GatherVerse, for having me. My name is Salman Halawi. I am a Lebanese entrepreneur, futurist, and keynote speaker. And I'm the founder of Meta Designers, which is a platform that we created to connect brands with service providers that are trusted all over the world.
That is great. That is great. So welcome. Love everyone here. You all come from very diverse backgrounds and how you look at things. And this is going to be a round robin discussion, I mean, an open discussion. There's no one person that's you're next. No, you're going to feel the passion and you're going to chime in, just like we were sitting together in a group setting. And we're going to have a discussion around humanity and the metaverse and how this is really impacting today and tomorrow. So we're going to start with a very, very simple question. What is the metaverse? And how it might impact our lives in the future? Who would like to step to the mic with that question?
I would love to step to the mic for that question, Grant. And it's actually not a simple question. I would say it's one of the most complex questions. And I might actually, I have a definition, and I'm going to read it because I've been working on this definition of what the metaverse is for some time, really since 2000, early 2000s. And this might cause some controversy, but I honestly don't think that the metaverse, in the way I just define it, exists today. So let's just start there. And the way that I define it is as an open, interoperable, persistent network of virtual worlds offering access to 3D virtual spaces, activities, and environments created by users. And we don't have that today. What we have today, I would argue, is a group of private clubs. We don't have this beautiful, open and welcoming, interoperable space for people to come and kind of play. It's so I think part of the discussion today and conversation we're having is how do we get to that, place where it is open and interoperable, and we can hop around. We can go to a private club, or we can go to an open public space as well if we want to, but I don't think we're there yet.
I love that. I love that. Who can chime in on this definition? How do you see the metaverse?
Can I start with just busting a myth that I actually believed and that it was the same as Facebook? I can't tell you how many people have made that same assumption. And so for me, like I said, I'm an avid and curious learner, but I feel like it's the beginning of a collaborative, community-driven digital ecosystem.
That's a very straightforward sentence. I love that. I see come on. Don't be shy. Come on up.
I was just gonna say, I'm so glad that you said that, because I remember my previous company I was working for, we were just kind of dabbling with, okay, let's pivot out of virtual events into full on, like, what is the metaverse? How do we get into all these other use cases of virtual world building? And everyone we talked to was like, so wait, are you part of Facebook? And that was always the first question with that rebrand. So I think it is really important. Like, the metaverse is not one company. It is not one product. It is more of this conceptual idea of kind of where we can go with virtual world building and communications. And I love Lisa's point about interoperability, because the reality is, if all we have is these little siloed virtual worlds where you have to be a part of this one little club to access it, then we don't have this inclusive, accessible virtual environment where people can interact and build together. And I think that interoperability is one of the biggest roadblocks that we're going to have to overcome with things like, standardization of avatars as an example. If you have 20 different avatar builders for 20 different tools, that's not the best user experience, first of all, to be able to onboard and join a world. And then also, I heard someone from Accenture talking earlier at GatherVerse about that same idea, that you start to get confused about your own identity. If you have 20 different looks and 20 different virtual worlds, then who are you? Like, you don't have any ownership over your own identity anymore.
Wow. Yeah, I agree. And I think the main challenge, it's like interoperability. And I know I'm asking it, but do you think it will happen? Because like, if we see, like, for us, and I know it's an unpopular opinion, like, the metaverse will be ruled by like the biggest company and the one that has the most adoption, because we know how companies work, and nobody wants to share access to their data, and nobody wants to share access to their like back end. So they all work in silos, and that's why we have so many metaverses and so many like worlds. So, and this is my personal opinion, I think like what will happen is Meta, or some of them, like, will be the ruling metaverse, and we all, I think we'll be all like be living in that metaverse. Because like, for me, I don't think we are going to pass the interoperability challenge. I don't know, what do you think?
Sorry, can I step in?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Ignacio, but that's where we should be raising awareness over data ownership and over the many things that Web3 itself stands for, and the many reasons why the metaverse is here and is being created. And that is to create a platform where it's safe, it's decentralized, and the tech giants are not ruling your data. You control your data. And it is our job to speak against the monopolization, or else we're just giving Web3 a disguise.
Interesting.
I like what you said. I like what you said.
Matthew.
Yeah. I was to answer Ignacio's question on interoperability, and I believe the metaverse will be whatever we want it to be. Like, as developers, for example, as Salman has said, when it comes to Web3, it's like we don't have a middleman anymore. If you look at the past generation of technology, like in Web2, where we saw the rise of social media applications and the big tech, it was because of the centralization of the internet, because we didn't have the power that we have right now. For example, if you look at the metaverse at present, the most popular metaverse platforms like Decentraland are very open, and it's open source, it's run by a DAO. So I would say if we just continue developing on Web3 and do it very fast before like the centralized bodies go ahead with their plans, I think we'll have something that is created by the users. If you look at the Web3, metaverses are very, very diverse because it's the creators that create them. We make the decisions on the DAO and we create on our virtual lands. So it's not like someone is going to come and make the decisions. So I think with the opportunity that Web3 and the blockchain presents, we're able to create our own digital economy as we see fit. And that's the direction that I usually encourage most metaverse developers to go. So I think we have a lot more power in our hands.
This is how we get the discussion moving forward that we have, because there is no real one definition, I think, in the metaverse. I remember I asked the same question to Christopher Lafayette, and he said, the metaverse is a world of interaction and communication. And when you look at it like that, we're already in the metaverse. Now we're talking about a new reiteration of a technology platform. And the colloquial term, I would say, you look at VR, there's virtual reality, which is totally immersive. Then you've got augmented reality. It's the combination of both. I'm kind of like in an augmented reality now. I'm physically standing here in my room, but I'm interacting with you at this point in time. And then there's that singular physical reality. All these three realities are starting to merge and come together as one. I would tell you this, as I've gone into the metaverse and meaning in VR world, virtual reality, it's a fantastic technology because I completely form or move my consciousness from this physical world to this digital reality, and I'm moving around in it. I can't do that in a 2D world. So it's a very intriguing type reality. We'll see what the adoption will look like. Here's the question as we think about this, because it's an open landscape. It's like you arrived at this new land. There are no laws except the laws of nature. Maybe we call that the laws of physics, right? So that in the development of the metaverse, as I just described, let's just talk about it as a virtual reality construct. What's going to guide the ethical consideration, like data privacy, like Matthew kind of talked about? You talk about access for all, the interoperability. How do we ensure the development of this type of platform?
I believe the most important way to achieve that is through proper governance. Just because a certain platform is on the blockchain, it doesn't make it decentralized. And this is where DAOs step in. This is where trust comes in. I mean, we're building consensus. We're building trust with Web3. And I believe that with proper governance, we will achieve a certain layer of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that there's an opportunity here to do things a little differently than we did during the last wave of digital innovation. So we've all seen some of the recent court hearings, right, where we were watching regulators try and catch up and talk about regulation over the current state of the internet. And it's laughable. Like, a lot of it turns into memes, and we're like, we have all these lawmakers that don't even understand basic fundamentals of how social media works and how these users behave. So I think now, as this new era of emerging technology develops, what we need to do is work a little closer with lawmakers and regulators, get them more involved and have them seek an understanding at an earlier stage in the process. Because the reality is there is a lot of mirroring between physical regulation and ethics and values and things that we've already learned and started developing things in the physical world that we can take and put in place in this virtual world as well. So I think the closer we work with governing bodies, the better we will be. I don't know if it's realistic for us to completely circumvent all existing governing bodies today and form this kind of idealistic, decentralized environment. I think there's an opportunity to challenge the way they do things today and to think differently about the way that we handle them in the virtual world. But there has to be a collaboration. There has to be a conversation. You can't just completely undercut the existing system, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm going to add here that I think if we rely on regulation, we are effed, to be honest. And I, ideally, I agree with you, but I think the most first and foremost, most important thing we can all do is be good digital citizens ourselves. And this requires media literacy. And I've heard a lot of people today during the GatherVerse talk about the importance of education around XR and getting people but you know what, it goes beyond that. I teach students, and I want to say hello to Oscar, who is one of my students here today. And hello, Oscar, love it that you're here. But many of them who are graduating seniors in college still don't understand where their news is coming from as a very basic thing that everyone needs to know today. And so the first thing is to first own your own journey with technology and understand truly how companies are trying to manipulate you. We all have to understand that. And then we have to kind of grapple with how we are affected by the technology, and everyone is affected differently. I have a very personal relationship to technology and how it impacts me on a daily basis, and I've spent a lot of time understanding the effect on me. And to do that, you have to take a moment and you have to be still and you have to be quiet and you have to pause and you have to do these things. So many people aren't doing that today at all. We get carried away, and the technology is built to be a slot machine for your brain. That's what Meta, they're smart. They use tools that release dopamine that we all, and so, but you know what? They don't control my decisions around how I interact with the technology. I do. So I think we all have to start there as a bottom up approach, right? We can go top down with regulations, but if we can do bottom up and get people really smart on what's really happening behind the scenes, I think that is the way. That's the way, right? Get people wanting to maybe move away from the private clubs and go to the public gardens.
That's an interesting thought. Very interesting thought. Let's continue down that. When I think about metaverse, and I think about when we just talked about laws, regulations, taxation, all the stuff that we normally get. I think of international waters. What are the laws in international waters? What does that look like? And all the countries play in the international water space. And they know as they get closer to other worlds or other places, then the laws change and everybody's in agreement with that. Look at in the banking industry, we came to an interoperability or an IP that everybody agreed upon, and that's why you can bank anywhere in the world utilizing, an ATM card, just for instance. So I say all that to say this because you brought something up. And what we're getting into, we got traditional forms of entertainment, right? You got television, you have radio. Obviously, social media has become very, very, very big. You have streaming, like we're on right now, live streaming. The metaverse is a game changer because the people that have that kind of control are losing it because the audience is moving. The audience is moving somewhere else. How do you see the metaverse as a disruptive force to current entertainment?
have so many thoughts on this. I'm just going to go ahead and jump in. So, first of all, I think it's going to take some time for it to get to a place where it's like very standard, or we see the real trend. I think that once we have AR glasses that are wearable and lightweight, that's going to change everything, right? Because all of a sudden we'll have access to entertainment just in front of our face whenever we want it. We won't have to hold this device up for 20 minutes to experience something interesting. But we're already seeing people start to play with that, like Disney with the film Remembering that they dropped, where you could hold your phone up and have this world of the Disney movie on your TV start to expand out into your living room. And what I think about is like what Spy Kids 3 tried to do with 3D glasses in movie theaters and totally failed because the technology wasn't there for it. But with the way AR is going now, we actually could have movie theaters completely change. To be a spectacle again, to be something that is a different experience to just streaming the content. Like, yes, it's nice to have the cushy chairs or a cocktail or the couple things they're trying to introduce to give that spectacle back. But if you can start to integrate things of the screen legitimately coming out into that environment around you, that's interesting. And the little things we're seeing with QR codes now, I think there's lightweight, like 15 to 30 second versions of it we'll see in sports. So like we just saw the NBA let you take a body scan with your phone and then put yourself in the position of a player dunking on another player. Like, that's pretty cool. You could watch yourself dunk on Shaq. How amazing would that feel? And I think advertising has an opportunity to incorporate that. But the second you get past to 30, 60 seconds and you're holding that phone up any longer, I think we still have a barrier there that's kind of preventing you from doing more long form content.
Interesting. Who else would like to chime in on this discussion?
I think I can contribute. I've been hosting some virtual events for a while now, like for different brands and for communities. And what I've realized is that people haven't gotten there yet because of, let's say, hardware or accessibility issues, but the kind of immersion and the experience that is available in these virtual worlds is like 10 times what you are used to. For example, if you're watching a live show on YouTube, it won't be the same as watching a live show in the metaverse with your avatars, and you are able to interact with everyone around you. So it's like the next level of technology. I tend to term the metaverse as the 3D social media. So like the way we are used to interacting in digital communities, in digital events, now bring this to a virtual world that is like our digital twin. So whatever is happening in real life when you go to a physical concert is something that you can replicate in the metaverse. And like my colleagues are saying, it's going to take time before we get to the point where you are fully immersed. Because right now, if you are using AR, you go to hold your phone, or if you are using a VR headset, you have to withstand all that weight on your head. But I think we have already seen how people are receiving these technologies. For example, we usually have events on Decentraland, and my most important thing is not that they usually have low numbers, like below 10K, compared to YouTube videos or other platforms that get millions of users. But the point is, these users are always coming back. But it's not that they don't like it. It's because the other users cannot access this metaverse or virtual experiences like them. So maybe someone has a VR, but most people don't have, or even right now using AR, not all mobile phones are able to access AR. So there's that barrier in technology, and that's the only issue. But when you look at the immersion and the experience of these events, it's like we are replicating physical experiences in a virtual way. So whatever people usually like in the physical world, they'll be able to get it while sitting in their sofa or just in their bedroom without having to leave their physical location. So I think that's what I look at when I say the metaverse is going to come in 5 to 6 years, it's because of the hardware issues, but the technology is already here with us.
I want to hear from Hyder. Hyder, you're in this space. You are developing. You work for Pico XR. You're a VR company.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
respond to our question around it being, from an entertainment factor.
I was listening to everyone's opinion. It's quite interesting to hear, I mean, different sides of the same coin, right? Or the same prisma. What I would like to, well, just to mention is that I'm not, the entertainment part of what I'm responsible for is called LB, location-based entertainment, right? It's one of the 4 verticals uh, that we offer our headsets to be used, right? So you can see like lots of different ways of interacting with a given content. So let's say the Museo Nazionale del Cinema in Turin, Italy, they have like more than 60 headsets simultaneously there, always available for you to go there and to experience it. And it is only adding another layer of entertainment, like it won't be the same as going to the actual cinema. It won't be the same as walking on the street. Right now, it's not, right? But we need to understand also that this kind of entertainment is also available, also for shooting zombies at arcades, also for interacting with your friend, like the technology is broader than this. So, and also entertainment, right? It all depends on your own definition of entertainment, but one of them for sure is using a VR headset to socially interact in a virtual world.
Very interesting how you're at, that's almost augmented reality. You're doing it all simultaneously, physically, virtually. This is interesting. I know, Ignacio, you're in this space. You are you're a leader of a company. You're doing certain things, and how do you see this whole thing evolving in your world?
So I also agree that it's a hardware problem now. Like the technology is still not there, because even if you use like the latest VR headset or the latest glasses, like the experience is not the best, and that's why like people use it like for 20 or 30 minutes. So I see this, like, for me, what I see like the space going, there was like a lot of hype like last year, I will say, and now with everything that is happening in the world, like there's like inflation, crisis, a war. So I think like it's lowered down even like investment in the metaverse, not only from like a VC perspective, but even companies, they decrease their investment in the metaverse. And I think this is the moment, and I agree what Salman was doing, that this is the moment, was saying that this is the moment for us to educate companies who are like leading all the developments in the metaverse, like Meta, because Meta has hardware and software and the user database, Decentraland, whoever is like building metaverse technologies. Like, since we are now in, I would say, like the initial phase with like a lot of experimentation, now is where when we build the foundations and we talk about data privacy, like the use case that it could be entertainment, like the work of the future. So there are a lot of use cases. So yeah, I see the space growing, and I think we are going to be in a digital world. I'm a very digital person. I still think that we are not there yet. Like most of the population, they don't care about VR, they don't care about the metaverse.
Yep.
So it will take some time to be adopted, but it will be adopted. I don't think that's into discussion. The problem is how we are going to have it in our daily life, and because like another important thing is like education, because like now it's a lot of inequality, not only in terms of money, but in education. If you're adding more layers in terms of technology, and technology itself requires, like for us, and I think we are all like tech people, it's like basic, but you need a pretty, I would say, decent amount of knowledge, not only in technology, because it's a science. So it's like my I would say like the challenge will be to keep this in a way that is inclusive, diverse, and everyone can be part. So it's going to be challenging.
I tell you, I thought about this question, this next question. It ties into everything that we're talking about. And this question is talking about like the risks, the downsides associated with the metaverse, like addiction, social isolation, lose touch reality. We got to look at where we already come from or where we're at. People get lost in video games. You know, when I go to work, I'm actually a digital worker. I am, you know, how many hours of my day am I in front of a digital device inputting data and exchanging data? I got news for everybody. We're already socially addicted. Right? We're digital workers for the most part. I bet everybody here is most likely a digital worker. You have some moments that you do some physical interaction, but you're really interacting digitally on a number of different platforms. So the question comes down to what are the potential risks and downsides associated with the metaverse? Not just even the metaverse. We, like I said, we're already there. Now it's just a matter of the evolution of it. Where do we go as human beings really being immersed in a technological society?
I'll take a stab at that. I was gonna say, you know, I just did a real refresh of Ready Player One, the movie. If you've seen that,
oh yeah.
I think that's great. If you haven't seen it, I think it's great to give you a perspective of what I feel like Metaverse is, and I think they call it Oasis. But you can see really good examples of how that addiction can impact families and livelihoods. You know, from your financial statements, right? And also just that getting, you know, as humans, that we're so connected digitally, we have that opportunity back to once we stabilize that gap of the hardware issues and giving more capabilities across the board to have that ability to engage in that activity, but then be careful not to be so disconnected as human beings, right? So that losing touch with our true real reality and what makes us human beings.
Interesting. We have some other perspectives.
Well, I'll jump in. I don't think that's the biggest downside or risk that I'm worried about. I'm really worried about companies that are beholden to shareholders owning this new metaverse, this new universe. That's when we're going to run into huge problems. If we have this, and I'm going to go kind of use my definition of the metaverse, which is ideally this really, you know, digital and nature, we all know, are becoming one thing. And the metaverse is going to be a reflection of what we have in the real world. And someone said that earlier. And that's really, you know, when we think about this shared digital space that we're creating, it is a mirror reflection of what we have here now. And these two things are coming together. So if you just imagine if a company that is beholden to shareholders, that is looking for short-term gains, that is based on profit, owns the sidewalk, owns you know, public parks, owns, I think we're all screwed, to be honest. And that's just, and my fear is we're really headed in that direction. And I'm not optimistic. I come from industry, I come from business, that we may have jumped off that cliff already. I don't know. I'm here honestly watching, and part of this to gain some hope. And there are some amazingly, you know, hopeful stories that I heard today of people that are doing amazing things, like Sarah, who's off doing her amazing AI for Indigenous peoples, and that gives me some hope in humanity. But man, I'm a skeptic, you know, and just looking at some of the comments around, you know, the amazing thing that is, you know, Horizon World.
But the thing is, I think that's not only applied to metaverse. Like what you are sharing is like the problem of this side of the world where we are more like capitalistic. So it's like that's, I would think, but I think there's some hope because now companies are like starting to evolve and like they are changing this, I would say, mission to only, bring value to the shareholders. And now they are moving to a more sustainable And I think that applies to Metaverse, but I think it's even worse because the Metaverse is in the future, but now we are having this problem and we are being affected by companies. It's even worse, the problem, because it's not the future in the Metaverse, it's what's happening now. I think at some point it will change, but I agree with you. I don't have an optimistic vision of the future. So Ready Player One, here we go. It's going to be controlled by a company. So it is what it is.
Here's before we go down that rabbit hole, we need to understand where we've already been. I remember these similar kind of conversations when video games became very addictive, I would say. A lot of our kids were involved in them. And now they're college courses. And these kids are obviously they're listening to GatherVerse now. They're growing up now. I mean, my kids grew up doing a lot of video gaming, but they stopped and they evolved and started doing other things. It's a thing, something to do, but it's not everything. I think it's really a novelty right now. It's something that we're playing with, and we say, okay, what are we going to do? But when we can integrate in the humanity function, it's got to serve a purpose. It's got to be able to serve a powerful purpose. It's got to be able to do something that we can't do. We talked on another panel about disabilities. Hey, how can we enable someone else who can't walk to be able to walk? That's a great thing. We start looking at somebody that can't see that they can see. So you start looking at how can we really enhance our world and not be destroyed by it. Because if we let the technology just run on its own, we run into all these situations that we're talking about. We have unchecked greed in humanity. That's a big problem. When I talked to Christopher Lafayette, he talked to me about there are going to be governments that actually control a lot in the metaverse. They actually are doing it right now. That you will go into a country or a city, and that city, that is the metaverse, and the country owns it. It's not an entity owns it. It sort of like becomes a utility, like in the electric grid, or other things that are more public property than just complete ownership. So I wouldn't get so much caught up in the fear of what it could be. Now, we have to understand there's certain things that are good and they are bad. But just like I said earlier, we are right now in a digital construct. We're physically there and we're digitally there. There's nothing wrong with that. And we're having great conversation because we're using it for the greater good. That's my view on that. But the question comes down like this, and I'm glad, Matthew, you're back. Because the question came up is like, the metaverse is intersecting with emerging technologies like AI, artificial intelligence, obviously the virtual and the augmented reality. We start looking at all these things coming together and maturing because we have infrastructure that can support it. What do you think that impact's going to be overall? Well, you can't, just like now, you cannot work right now without being tethered to some kind of digital device. What would you say?
So yeah, sorry for that. Sorry, I had some issues with my laptop, but I'm back. Glad to be back. So I think the metaverse, AI, blockchain, and all these new technologies are converging in a
I think he just stuck. That's too bad. He's about to get interesting. All right, who's going to take up the conversation?
Well, I wanted to just share a little bit of optimism for a second, because I think it's important. We were talking about all these risks, and with emerging technologies, like there's a balance, right? Like you need to be excited about the possibilities and how this can help us innovate and move forward as a society. But you also need to be skeptical and realize that just because we have ideas of what it could look like in 10 years doesn't mean any of us knows what it'll look like in 10 years, right? AI is actually a great example of one. I think we need to be really careful of actually slowing down a little bit, because move fast and break things could break things a little too much. It could be really dangerous for where society goes, right? And so I want to share a little optimism just because of my own perspective. Like I grew up where video games had a lot of propaganda of like violence and blaming like bullying in school and mass shootings were all because kids were playing Call of Duty. And I was one of those kids that was like not allowed to play Call of Duty because the blood was red, but I could play Halo because the blood was blue. And that was a huge thing. And then now we're seeing all these studies that show that it's actually not correlated at all. Violent games don't actually lead to violent kids. In reality, it's actually the opposite. These video games have proven to be an amazing health and wellness tool for kids to actually work through their issues and be able to grow and expand their consciousness and become more well-rounded, not less well-rounded. And so I think that there's an opportunity for us to take what we've learned from online gaming and what it's been used for with kids and bring that to the corporate world, to adults, to how we interact and have our events and our meetings. And that's something like I'm pretty sure most people on this call are probably this person for their community, but I'm definitely like the VR guy of my apartment. Like most of my neighbors have never tried VR before. I've got 2 headsets. And so I love showing people VR for the first time. And it's so consistent. They get this childlike smile, this giddiness, this little bit of laughter with something as simple as like an Angry Birds game. And I think that there's something about that sense of awe and that emotional connection that you can provide for someone, where we have companies spending millions and millions of dollars trying to create that through avocado toast and Friday lunches and stuff like that, right? Like, I think that, yeah, maybe 10% of users are going to be locked up in their house and live in a VR headset. And then there's going to be 10% of people that don't touch it at all and are purists that just live in the world. But the other 80% of us, I think we're going to live somewhere in the middle there where it's not going to be so overly addictive or anything. I think I'm more in line with Lisa, where my concern is more about, like, does it follow the same path that mobile phones have, where it's controlling and it's all about advertisement, it's all about the business side. But otherwise, I'm actually very optimistic that it won't be this dangerous, addictive thing that kind of takes society away from the real world.
Interesting. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Ricky. I completely agree with that. Thanks for bringing all that perspective in.
Whew, nice deep breath. Matthew, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry for the issues.
No problem.
Yeah, so we were still on the impact of these technologies, right?
Sure.
That
Oh
have
my
come
God.
before the metaverse.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so I was saying, like, what you have seen with most of these technologies, for example, social media, which came before the metaverse, is that we thought they would actually bring us together, but in the real sense, they pull us apart. So we should deliberately create.
Sounds like you still got some internet issue. But I'm looking up north there, and I see Salman. Salman, what do you have to speak on our conversation?
All right. I would actually like to talk about a risk here. I am considered a very bullish person on the topic of Web3 and everything in the metaverse, and I love it. I love where AR is going, where VR is going, and everything. But there is a risk that isn't being talked about enough, and that is our level of reliance on technology. And now with the emergence of AI, our reliance has increased even more and more, to the point where it could lead to deterioration of our imagination, our creativity, even our critical thinking. It's as easy as now typing something into ChatGPT and getting any answer you want, which is what happened with Google, which is really affecting the way we think as individuals, and that should be controlled.
I agree, but it also has the potential, because as humanity, like, we need to evolve. So if we use like technology, AI or whatever, like, to be more efficient, but not like you were saying, if we start like losing our problem solving skills, I think, like, obviously that's very negative. But if we use, I'm very excited about efficiency, like, how to like build faster. But it should be done right. I agree. It could be like something positive or negative.
Yeah, I love how we can pair ourselves, our brains, with AI to create wonderful results. But as humans, we tend to overuse what makes us comfortable. That's human nature. So what we should do is also advocate for responsible use.
This is interesting. I want to go to Samantha. She's in the communication. She's a leadership coach. She deals with, some of these things, and you want to be more efficient in your communication and collaborations. How do you see the use of these emerging technologies affecting what you do?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I absolutely see the opportunity from an education perspective, right? So we're talking about risk, but from the optimistic and the positive side of things as well within education, and being able to integrate the part of humanity that we're talking about today during this panel is what makes us human, our emotions and our diversity and our perspectives and our wisdom, our journey, our struggles, our upbringing, our environment. Like, I could keep going, right? I mean, there's multiple dimensions that what makes us who we are, individually different and diverse. And so for me, I think that there is a great opportunity to use it to our advantage for visual communication, to bring us together from that humanity perspective.
No, the polarization is real. And it really depends. I'm going to say it like this, because we're talking about humanity, technology, and the metaverse, is that we've got to look at the human evolution. We're evolving now as a species with the technology that we're building. But don't think of technology as something foreign. It is just, ChatGPT is a collection of human thought. It's us. It's just balled all together, but it's us. It is us as a human race now, put together in a very fashioned way, very two-dimensional, still rudimentary. But as you can see in a lot of our science fiction, how do we utilize these brains to help us to get information quicker, to communicate decision support quicker? Those are the things you start looking at positive use cases. Just like anything else, you could take anything and abuse it, and then it's going to be detrimental, right? And you need education about that, right? Right? If you get too much water, you will drown. But water is typically good for you. You can't live without it. So it's a balance, right? So we've got to evolve with our tech, and we've got to really, to me, and I've talked to Christopher about this, I believe the human race is on a precipice of a renaissance. Between now, we've really gotten kind of good with our analyticals and our analytical technologies, and that's really what we're talking about. But our creativity has been locked down. Art, our music, the way to be expressive, to look at things differently, not just one dimensionally, can be really released through all the different communication channels that we have worldwide, that'll just explode into a flowering of human experience. That is what I am looking for. And before we take off, we've only got a few minutes here. I want each of you to take a minute, just express to us what you felt about this particular panel and what you think the future will hold for you. So we'll start with Salman.
All right. First of all, thank you for having me. This was a wonderful panel, and I would love to continue the discussion later on, of course. I mean, we talked about the positives and the negatives, and at the moment, I believe the positives do outweigh the negatives moving forward. If we do raise awareness, if we do unite to create the Web3 that we want, we will achieve the Web3 that we want. And yeah, that's all I have to say. And I hope we can build a world that is better for people and that empowers people in the future.
I love that. Love that optimism. How about you, Ricky?
I'm just so appreciative that there's people like the people that we have on the panel having these conversations, because it is so important. Like, when you're talking about emerging technology like extended reality, like artificial intelligence, and the impact it could have on society and how we all interact. Like, that's a big thing. That's not small. Like, that's really, really big. And none of us alone have any answer of what the perfect way to go about it is. But through these kind of conversations, through talking about it, through the people listening and then going off and talking about it more, like, that is what allows us to come as close as we can to the right answers. It's a constant work in progress. And so I'm just appreciative to be a part of it, to have great people like this here to talk about this sort of thing.
Man, very good. Hyder, what say you?
So thanks again for the opportunity to participate. I think that the future is brilliant. The future has lots of new technologies coming that will help us to enhance our access to information, you know, and the way that you interact with this should be of your concern, right? So you should be able to choose what you want to use in your day by day. Everyone chose to have a mobile phone with you 100% of the time. So, I mean, whichever hardware that comes, it's up to you to decide if you want it integrated or not to your life. And this would be it. Thank you very much once again.
No, well said. Well said. I'm going to go to your opposite side over there to Lisa.
Oh, yeah. First of all, super grateful, Grant. Awesome job moderating, and grateful to all of the panelists. So I have things. I have some practical things that I'm going to ask everyone watching to do. The first thing is take personal responsibility for how you interact with digital. Be a good digital citizen and make sure that the choices you are making, where you are spending time online, align with your values.
Yeah.
Do you know everywhere, you know, how your data is being used and exactly how everywhere you are online? I don't even think that I do. So I'm talking to myself too. It's a hard job today to be a good digital citizen, but it starts there. You have 100% control over that. The second thing, we all have to take professional responsibility. Every single profession plays a role in the making of this digital world. So you need to be a voice and an advocate within your own profession. I'm marketing and communications. Marketing and comms needs to lead the way and protect our audiences and make sure that their inalienable rights are served in these new communities. I hold myself personally and professionally responsible to do that. And then the last thing, I wrote a manifesto called my Manifesto to the Makers of the Metaverse. So for those people that are going to be making the metaverse, and we all have a role, but I'll send a link to this, but it's a call to action to make sure that we're respecting citizens, we're making meaning and not money, and providing access to all. So you can join on my cause as we try to get this thing moving in the right direction. I'm very optimistic. The technology is already creating, bringing together amazing audiences, just like GatherVerse, and we wouldn't be here today without it.
Amazing, amazing. I like that. Love it, love it. Samantha.
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to say thank you for your time, everyone's time and energy showing up today, because that was the first step. Just show up and let's talk. And the awareness that we share, back to that next thing. What do we do with that awareness? We make decisions, educated decisions, right? Make your educated decisions. And then I'd like to say, I challenge all of us to think and consider, can we revolutionize communication in the metaverse?
Oh, I love that statement. Love it, love it, love it. Ignacio.
Yes, so thank you, yeah, for inviting me. It was, I would say, super interesting and very valuable. And I think it's about education, and that applies to Metaverse and everything that we do in life, and especially with technology. I will say that like making decisions in an educated way. So it's about learning and especially catching up, because now technology is producing changes in life, like now like more often than before, so we have to catch up with a lot. So I would say be informed of what's happening in terms of technology, even if you don't like it or your profession, because there are some late adopters, but still, like at some point technology, well, we saw that happening during the pandemic and with the cell phone. So technology will play a huge part in our lives, so try to be educated. That would be my advice.
Gotta do that. Gotta do that. And Matthew.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Sorry guys for the issues. My ISP decided to let me down today, but I'm happy to have shared the stage with you all. But sadly, I wasn't able to share my thoughts with time, but I look forward to the next conversation. What I would say is, especially to the people my age, technology is always progressing and advancing very quickly, like we can see with AI right now and the metaverse. So just make sure you know what's happening, even if you are not actively participating. I usually tell people, if they ask me about the metaverse, I just tell them, go to the metaverse today and you won't have to ask anyone what the metaverse is. So it's the same with all the technologies. Just jump in and try and find your niche, because with the internet, everyone has an opportunity to either be a creator or maybe occupy a part of the digital economy. So there's a lot happening, and I think it's a time to learn new skills and just forget the old ways, because all these revolutionary technologies are creating a new internet layer that will have to be filled someday by people, and so we have to educate ourselves. But all in all, it was a great opportunity sharing the stage with you. I'll I'll continue following the GatherVerse Summit and community. Hope to share more next time.
No, that was nice. I appreciate that. It's not always how long you talk is what you say. And what you said right there was very, very, very impactful. I want to leave the audience with just this. As human beings, we talked about just now as technology, humanity, and the metaverse. Humanity is what is first. Humanity is what needs to evolve, continue to evolve, to become our full potential. We're just scratching the surfaces. Remember, we are creating the technologies, and no smaller group of humanity should have control over the larger construct. It is our responsibility to take and grow in a responsible manner. But the ultimate goal is to have a greater awareness, a greater consciousness of not only on the micro level, but on the macro level. And we'll be much better off as we look back and like, wow, that's how I viewed life. And if we can get a greater view of life through our technology, then let's do it. So thank you very much for everybody for joining us for this talk. Good night.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Heartfelt. We have day 2, then day 3 after that. We got past day 1. I hope you go out and share this message. In fact, I hope you go out and live this message, because the reality is we need more voices, but we need people to manifest the things that are said and expressed at these events. And somebody has to carry the fire. Somebody has to tell this story of the incredible things that can be done, that are being done, that have been done, and that could be done more for in the future. This is Heartfelt. This is GatherVerse. Our gather was well. Thank you. Good night.